It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, July 6, 2022. Hello again, everyone. I hope you're doing well. It is so good to be back inside our New York City studio. I hope you enjoyed our special July 4th edition of the program. We were burning the midnight oil to get that to you on location, remote, just the second time in the history of the illustrious Monday shows that we did a remote show. It all went well. Appreciate everyone who tuned in, who checked it out, who viewed it, who downloaded it, who listened to it, who subscribed to it. But now we're back in our old stomping grounds. It's good to be back in the studio. So much has happened since we were here last Wednesday. And of course, we broke down, all the nitty-gritty as it pertains to UFC 276 on Monday with GC and New York Rick. But there's still, there's still some stuff. There's a trickle-down effect. There's an aftermath, if you will. And today's program, of course, we'll talk to some of the big winners from this past weekend's card, which was a very entertaining card. Obviously, the main event, not what a lot of people were expecting. People were disappointed, this and that. Izzy seems to have taken it quite personally. I see a lot of mentions and comments and video clips and all this stuff, which I think Izzy is an incredible fighter. I think he's an incredibly entertaining fighter. He's one of my favorites to watch. I think he's one of the stars of the UFC. I would be careful about criticizing the fans, so to speak. Now, the disrespectful fans, the uninformed fans, those fans, fine, whatever. Those aren't the ones who are necessarily making you into the superstar. But at the end of the day, it is the fight game. It is the prize fighting business. You do need the fans to buy your pay-per-views. And he said it himself, it was an off day. And I don't think people have been, and I'm not reading it as much as he is, I'm not getting it as much as he is, but I don't think people have been, at least in the media, disrespectful towards Izzy. I think there is, a part of the media that is saying, including myself, like, hey, Jared's not getting any criticism, any heat for this, and he should. If Izzy's getting heat, Jared should get the heat. In fact, I would argue that Jared should get more heat than Izzy because this is the guy coming in trying to take the belt. You have to understand, at the very top of the game, at the top of the sport, when you reach the level that he's at, if you're fighting like a Tasmanian devil, A, you're eventually going to lose sooner than you should. You're not going to make the kind of money that you should. Like the window to be a champion is so small in the grand scheme of things. You got to be smart. Now, if someone's going to bring the fight to you and you're a counterpuncher and you're going to knock him out and it's going to turn into a barn burner, great. But that's not on Izzy. I'm sorry. And that's where the whole entertainment, prize fighting, being smart, being, exciting, that sometimes it's just not going to gel. I've talked about the Venn diagram, right? Sometimes you're going to fall outside of the little part there. Whatever the hell that little part is, I don't know. You get the point. We'll probably talk about it a lot throughout the show. I don't know why I'm starting with all of this now, but I was just looking at some stuff, and it came to mind. As always, we are brought to you by our good friends over at DraftKings. DraftKings Sportsbook is the official sports betting partner of not only the UFC, but the MMA Hour as well. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. Use code the MMA Hour for a special offer when you sign up. Again, that's code the MMA Hour. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Back into the show, as we like to do on Wednesdays. I'll answer your questions on the nose. You know where to send them. arielhelwani.substack.com. We got moderator Lewis doing his thing, curating, sifting through, finding the best questions. So we'll do that back into the show. Now, prior to that, we'll check in with GC. We're also going to check in with him in a second, but we'll get his official preview of this weekend's fights, and the biggest one, of course, is Rafael dos Anjos versus Rafael Fiziev. Very important fight, very interesting fight, a fight that we were thinking that we were going to get back in February, but obviously COVID, Fiziev couldn't fight, RDA gets moved to the pay-per-view, 305, Renato Moicano, you know the story. Now we're getting it, and I can't wait. Prior to that, at around 2:50, we're going to be joined by the aforementioned Rafael Fiziev, who's been going back and forth with Conor McGregor over the past few hours. So I look forward to talking to him. Big opportunity for him. Big spot. RDA has been in this spot before, and more often than not, he wins in this spot. So we'll see what happens this Saturday. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Bryan Barberena, who had the fight of the night at 276 against Robbie Lawler. He's on a roll as of late. He's got his new contract. He's got his farm. He's got his overalls. He's got his great beard. It's been a while since we had Bam, but he's been repping on the show all this time. I think it was it GC a couple of weeks ago who told me it might be time to get rid of the Bam, or was it New York Rick? I'm not sure. Someone told me to get rid of it. It was you?
I didn't tell you to get rid of it. I said it's a possible thing you could replace the JRC picture with.
Right. Well, good thing I didn't.
It didn't age well.
Good thing I didn't. We are still waiting, by the way, the JRC photo that we're going to put up. I have told her that she gets to pick whatever she wants. I mean, she hit that one out of the park. If I'm being honest, there are people who, win the battle, win the war. She won the war, if you ask me. That will forever be a W on her record. So we await that photo, and then we shall have our ceremony to immortalize her forever and ever. Prior to Bryan Barberena, we'll be joined by Pedro Munhoz. He's obviously been in the news, the eye poke. First interview, I do believe, for Pedro since that went down against Sean O'Malley. Prior to that, Jalin Turner, big win for him against Brad Riddell on Saturday. And then prior to that, we'll be joined by Garry. So a lot going on the program. A lot going on since Saturday. No MMA events, obviously, but there was a massive event on July 4th, and our own GC was there, and I love this event. It is called the Nathan's Famous 4th of July Hot Dog Eating Contest, and he was there on July 4th, Coney Island, Monday, after our show, of course, after we taped the show. Because you couldn't be, how could you do it at the same time? You know what I mean? How could you do it at the same time? It would be impossible unless he was doing it from a nearby location. Any event, I wanted to get a rundown of the festivities, and I believe you actually bet on it, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had to get the bets in, especially if we were going to go in person. I went before the show.
You went before the show, yeah, because it was
at like 12:45. I raced home, hopped on right at 1 o'clock for the
because it was a picture, and I was like, oh, how's he? You tweeted the picture. I was like, how is he at the place where...
I know, yeah. You texted me. You were pretty worried that I wasn't going to make it back in time for the show.
You got the shirt, though.
Oh, yeah. Great shirt, actually.
It's actually quite amazing. I mean, I would expect a low-rent shirt. That's a high-rent shirt.
High-rent, Gildan, great screen printing, $20. That was it.
Usually the Gildans feel like,
higher quality?
No, I would say the opposite.
Wow.
Feel like a cardboard box.
Wow, we were actually in the later stages of a Gildan sponsorship. I guess that's gone now.
Cool. I love Gildan. I wear it under every shirt. It's fantastic stuff. So Joey Chestnut won. Impressive, unimpressive? I can't decide. Why?
63 is such a letdown for him. I mean, I had the over.
What was the over?
74.5.
Okay.
I should have had a recap graphic ready to go, but he's 74.5 was the over-under. I took the over just because I was there. I was like, for the sake of the event, I want to cheer for him to down the dogs, as people say. Life's too short to take the under.
Sure.
Didn't come even close to hitting. He was at like 44 at the halfway point. I guess it was so hot out there. He slowed down, did not get close. 63 was the final count.
Wasn't he injured, though?
He was injured, but I don't know what a leg injury would have to do with how many hot dogs he could eat.
You're in pain. You're not feeling like yourself. You can't stand. I mean, I feel like it's
his
a major
mother
factor.
just passed. He's overcoming COVID. A protester got up on the stage. He choke slammed him.
Incredible.
We could see Joey Chestnut in MMA after this, the way that he
also,
he
can't
took
you
down
make
the
the case that slowed him down too? He's a little bit rattled.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, that's the only reason I lost the bet. And then I had a couple bets. The women's, I had the under there, and then one of the other competitors in the men's also had the under. I went 2-2.
I thought you said life's too short to bet the under.
On Joey Chestnut.
Oh, just Joey Chestnut.
Yeah.
How many events are there? Like, is it just hot dog, or are there preliminary
so there's the women's event at 10:45, and then you go and there's like dancers and like they have like the hype man. I think you mentioned his name to me earlier.
Oh, George Shea, my old friend.
He like raps and stuff with some of the athletes.
Incredible.
And then Nathan's famous for their lemonade.
I wanted to ask you about that.
Yeah. They do a gallon challenge chug.
Right.
This guy, that was probably the most impressive part of the entire thing. A guy downed a gallon of lemonade in like 28 seconds.
Wow.
I think I could do that.
I mean, it was very impressive. My biggest complaint, though, I actually have a picture here. Terrible fan experience overall. I mean, they're a block away from a stadium. I don't know why they don't just put it in the stadium.
Yeah.
Here, if we can pull up this picture right here. It's so this was my view when I arrived, like an hour before it.
Okay.
You know, you can still see the stage here. I get forced back, people get in the way, and this was my view by the time it started, and I couldn't see anything. I was ducking and weaving and bobbing, trying to.
And you're standing.
Yeah, the entire time.
In the heat.
Yeah, I got a nice sunburn on the side of me that was in the sun.
Ugh.
Yeah, so a
And,
good event overall.
who's responsible for this blocked view?
A little company called ESPN.
That tweet that you had on Saturday about ESPN telling you that the fights are starting at 6.
Yeah, someone was like, cry more. I was like, I will. I will cry.
Oh, by the way, I was tuned in at 3 Pacific time waiting for JRC, and I was like, yo, what the hell?
Yeah. And
30 more minutes. Just tell us 6:30.
That's the classic
Pre-show
ESPN
at
thing,
6.
They quietly whisper coverage starts at 6 o'clock.
Now, was this your first time?
Oh, yeah. First time, probably last time.
Okay, that was the second question. You won't go?
No, I don't
Not
think
worth
so.
it?
I don't think so. Like, I wish, like, there's a bunch of rooftop bars around it. I wish they would sell tickets so you could go on the roof and have an angle. They did it last year in the stadium because of COVID. I wish they had just continued that.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
They did it where the Cyclones play?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I'm saying, like, it is a block over. Like,
wonder
they're like, it's
why.
got to be at Nathan's. Like,
Do you have to pay to watch?
No, it's free.
How many
But-
people do you think are there?
So there was a sign, the area where you can see the stage well, it only fit 800 people in it. And then everyone else had to get around this, like classic ESPN, you know, blocking it. Someone in the crowd was like, I got a friend that works at ESPN. I'll tell him to get them to change this.
Someone said that to you?
Yeah.
You have a friend that works at ESPN. You have many friends.
Yeah. I was like, they can't do anything. They have no power.
And yeah, they don't.
She also asked me why I was betting on this. I was like, because I'm a degenerate.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. I mean, and so in the end, did you win?
I went 2-2. I hit the male and the female under, lost both my Joey Chestnut bets. Yeah, he really let me down.
But considering you went 2-2, like, did you come out on top or no?
Nah, because of the juice, I lost like $5. It is what it is. I a little bit of a bad beat. He ate 63 dogs. I had minus 21.5 dogs against another competitor, and he beat him by 21.
Who was the competitor? Eater X?
No, not Eater X, but Eater X was there to get honored. Yeah, and he like threw up the X. Everyone went crazy. Yeah.
Who was the competitor? I want to see if I remember their name.
Jeffrey Esper.
No, that's a newer guy.
Yeah, Jeffrey Esper. Nick Wayrie is who I had the under on, who is the husband to Mickey Sudo, who I had the women's under on.
Wow.
So, yeah, nice couple. I just smashed their unders. And
Was Kobayashi there?
No.
What a
Legend.
shame.
Legend of
What
the
a
game.
shame. I spent a weekend with him in Las Vegas back in 2005. We were there. We did a whole thing. I was working for a production company, working for Spike TV. It was incredible. And then I went to Savannah, Georgia for the
Shout out to Savannah.
Yeah, St. Patrick's Day. We also did a thing there. One dude had I think he had a 12-egg omelet before the competition. 12 eggs. And then we went to the supermarket and he bought a steak and just ate it.
That's
like on the
psychotic.
spot.
They do like walkouts for each of the
it's great.
I was about to say fighters for the eaters, and they like say like their like records that they have, like statistics, and like one of the women ate like 130 hard-boiled eggs in 6 minutes.
It's incredible.
Yeah, another woman ate like 12 pounds of kimchi in 10 minutes.
Anyone recognize you?
No.
I was told, by the way, you didn't say this. I was told when you went to Bellator, you were stopped by at least 10 people.
It was not 10 people. It was
That's what I was told.
It was like 6 or 7. I think Troy just said that, or TST said that because he was the one taking the pictures. Yeah, I wrote their names down at some point. James, John, shout out to y'all.
Wait, you wrote down the names of the fans?
I was doing all my notes as I was going because you were like, take notes.
Yeah.
I would have done more photos from the 4th of July had you told me this was going to be, we were going to do an expose piece on this.
I just wanted to know. I was trying to live vicariously.
Yeah, so I have play-by-play notes in my notes app here from Bellator. Yeah, James came and said.
So you got there at 10:45 on Wednesday?
Yeah, like 11.
So you got there at 11
on Monday.
On Monday, yeah, that's right. It feels like Monday, by the way. You got there at 11. You stood in line for a bit, then left to do the show, and then came back.
Yeah, came back for a Cyclones game later.
No. You left to do our show, and then you came back, and then you went back, and then you went back.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I was just surfing the Q train all day.
Wow.
Yeah.
Frank, were you there too? I heard a rumor you were going to show up.
He's doing stuff right now. He's getting the future ready to go.
I have a great ability to ask Frank a question.
Yeah,
when
at
he's not
the worst
available.
times. At the
what did I
worst
miss?
possible times.
I asked you if you were at the hot dog eating contest.
Nah, not gonna be bothered.
We're gonna take his Cyclones virginity on Saturday though. For
Interesting.
Cyclones game.
You guys are going to the game?
Yeah.
What time should I come?
Seriously, I'll buy you a ticket.
No,
You don't even have to pay for your ticket for your 40th birthday.
Wow,
Ticket
this
on
is
me.
this is the big gift.
Ticket on me.
Cyclones. who are they
Cyclones.
playing?
Again, the Aberdeen.
Oh, I hate them. I
Birds.
can't. I know that. I have a rule: no Washington Nationals, no Aberdeen. What are they again?
Ironbirds.
Which
Feeder into the Orioles.
No, it's not bad. Not bad. Wow. So overall, you give it probably. I'm going to say you gave Bellator a 5 on 10.
Yeah, this got a 4.
This got a 4.
My view was just so blocked. It was so
Wow.
blocked. If I could have seen it straight up, it would have been a 10. I also went.
It would have been a 10.
Yeah.
So really, ESPN
Yeah.
screwed up the
ruined
whole thing.
everything.
Oh.
Like the last 4 years of my life.
Any game night appearances afterwards? Let's go now to our correspondent Conner Burks. We have 6 minutes with you before
I
we
got
get
requested,
to the,
but I ignored the text like you used to do to
yes,
me.
that's right. All right. Well, thank you for
enough
that
about hot
report.
dogs.
Thank
we
you
got
for
New
the
Year.
report. We shall check in with you later to get your picks for the Rafael Fiziev versus RDA main event this Saturday. But back to 276 we go. Massive win for our old friend Ian Garry, the future, expecting father, newly married. I mean, a lot going on in this young man's life. I mean, he's getting tweets left and right from the great Conor McGregor, just 24 years young. And now 3-0 all of a sudden in the UFC, 10-0 as a pro. Big win over Gabe Green. He joins us first off on the program. There he is, the future. Ian, how are you, my friend?
Good. How are you, man? It's good to be back.
It is good to have you back. Oh, things are great. Congratulations on another win. Can I ask you this off the top? Now, 3-0 in the UFC. Rank them for me. Which performance, which fight do you like the best? Which do you like the least?
In order of the fights, it's been MSG, Jacksonville, and then Vegas. They've been in that order. Every time I've progressed, I like learning, I like growing, and I like going out there and proving that I have a better skill set. And every time I've competed, every time I've showed up, I've gone out there and showed that I am better than I was before. And that's what I like.
Okay, so to be clear, this one in Vegas is number one, right? Like you're saying 3 would be okay. All right, I just wanted to make clear. I thought maybe you said that MSG was number
But
one.
let me ask you, do you think I've looked better every single time I've competed?
100%. You know, I gave you
Why,
an A- last time. This time I gave you an A. All right, unlike other people.
Hey, good. That's what I like. Hey, look, as long as I win, I'm happy. But when I can go out there and put on a show for the fans, and I can be in that octagon and enjoy the fight and enjoy the chess game and the mind battle that me and my opponent are having in regards to movement and cage control, because everyone thinks when they're in the cage with me and I'm moving around the outskirts that they're in control because he's walking me down, when they're not. If you watch every fight I'm in, I control where the movement goes. I control where that person in the center is. So every time I've been in that cage, I've shown how I'm more dangerous. I've got more skills that I've added. And I like that. And then the next one will be my best one. It's just the way it is.
So in the first one, there was the moment where you got hit a little bit and everyone made a big deal about that. Second one, I think that there was some expectation that you would finish him again. This time, I feel like there was no criticism whatsoever, right? There was nothing. I mean, obviously, you're going to nitpick some stuff, but overall, I think like the entire body of work was the most positive and the most well-received one. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. I mean, I've received amazing support for every single one of my wins. But I absolutely agree with you. Like, this is the best performance that I've had to date in that octagon. And I feel like the fans seen it. Like, everyone I talked to afterwards, they were so happy with like my fight in and of itself. Like the fact that it was fun, it was enjoyable, it wasn't a boring fight. The combinations that I was throwing, the energy around the stadium was brilliant. So yeah, I would say that you're absolutely right in what you're saying. So it excites me for more.
And it's amazing. Like, they are putting MSG, big freaking deal. International Fight Week in Vegas. Like, they're 3 fights, all pay-per-views, all big cards, full arenas, tentpole events. I'm assuming you're feeling the love here, right? You are feeling the love from the promotion.
Yeah, look, I said it to Sean Shelby after I ran into him after the weigh-ins, and I just shook his hand and I said, hey, I appreciate everything you're doing for me. I said, I know I show up, I put on a show, I get the fans excited, I do a lot of media, and he just smiles at me and said, hey, you're doing great things. And I said, we're not going to stop anytime soon, and I appreciate the help.
For you to be in Vegas first time, International Fight Week, an event that, another Irishman has had incredible success, what did that mean for you?
To me, Vegas was my dream. Vegas was my dream to fight there. I never realistically thought MSG would ever be that kind of like first 3 fights. So the fact that I made my debut there, it changed the whole thing. But Vegas was where I wanted to be. Vegas was the fight that I wanted. And I done it right. I got myself my little house for the week rather than being in the hotel. I done it the right way, the way that I envisioned it when I was a kid, watching Conor on the Rise and all these fighters that were living out in their kind of their houses and going to fight weeks and doing all the UFC embedded. And I got to live that week out in my reality. So it was phenomenal. The fact that I got married there, the fact that just Vegas is special. And I cannot wait to go back and put on another show there.
Yeah, I saw that you were at your own house. I was like, man, typically 24-year-olds who are 2-0 at the time in the UFC, who are 9-0, are staying at the Fighter Hotel. Did you get any pushback for this? Is this just the thing where you tell the UFC, "No, I'm not staying, and that's it," or would they prefer that you stay at the hotel?
They had. I didn't hear anything about it, so I didn't. I got no negativity or anything back from the UFC in regards to it. The reason I wanted to stay there is Vegas is obviously very dry. It's hot. I don't like going into the casino. Like when you go into a hotel, you've got all the casinos, the smoke, there's aircon, and I get nosebleeds very easy in Vegas. And I was like, you know what? That's very kind of like, it's very like kind of that hyper-stimulation energy. Yeah. Of like, just when you walk in, you hear people, everything about it. I was like, I want this week to be like good energy, good vibes, a calm house where like, I don't have to walk 5 minutes to get a microwave to heat my food up. I walk down the stairs or I walk around the corner and I put my food in the microwave or I cook myself some food. And that was important for me. The energy of being able to go, right, I'm going to walk upstairs from being sat down on the couch and sit up a bed. It gave me that kind of homely feeling. And that, to me, was massive. And I feel like I will continue to do that now because it's right and it works. And I feel like I learn from stuff like this. It's like, right, that energy's right. We can make that better now. We bring more friends into it. You know what I mean? We get that energy, like that high, beautiful energy that people bring where it kind of distracts you from the fight, but it also doesn't because everyone's talking about it and how we're talking about training and everything. It gets you laser focused while not focusing on the fight itself. And it's a beautiful thing.
Any golfing out there?
I had a really bad experience with golf recently. I was meant to go play called Celebrity Sweat. It's a golf comp that the UFC do work with. I was meant to fly out the week before my fight to Denver and play golf with Justin Gaethje in a competition against like NFL guys, I think it was. Anyway, I was at the airport, went to the airport, my flight got cancelled. They were like, okay, you can come back tomorrow morning, we'll try to get your flight. I was like, I'm not going to make the competition now. So I was like, just get me my bags. I'll pick them up in the morning. Stayed the night in Miami. Went to go back and get my bags the next morning. And my golf clubs were sent to Denver anyway. Oh. So yeah, I was fuming. Oh no. I will get golf in. I'll go back. But the number one club I want to play, the number one course that I want to play is in Vegas. It's Wolf Creek. It looks stunning.
Wow. What is it about? Like, I'm not a big golf guy. What about it is so special?
It's built in the middle of the mountains.
Oh, wow.
And it's just absolutely like even if you have nothing to do with golf, like just the beauty of it. I'll send you a photo of it after this.
Sounds amazing.
It is absolutely stunning.
Man, I want to see you golf with DC. DC's a big golfer. I think you can teach him.
I already told DC. I said to DC, I'd absolutely smoke him. And he said, not a chance. I was like, dude, you can do whatever you want. There's no way you were beating me. There's not a hope in hell. Did you see afterwards? I said to him, I went over to the broadcast because they didn't give me an interview. And I was like, what the? And then I went over. I said, hey, DC, we need to golf. We need to do it. I need to show you what's up.
You would be a minus 500 favorite. I have no doubt in my mind.
Look, I know it, you know it, and he knows it.
Amen.
But he just has to play it up a little bit. That's okay. People can do that. That's every opponent I've ever had in my life. They tell everyone, they tell all the media how they're going to find holes. I think his head's bigger than what he actually is. It's like, well, every time I've been the one that's right. Yeah? Every time I've said, I'm going to win, I'm going to go out there and show that I'm just better than the guy and that nobody can beat me, I haven't been wrong.
Gabe said that before the fight. Did it annoy you?
No, everybody says it. It's just the same things over and over. It's recycled at this point. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to take his O. I'm going to gift him a loss. I'm going to be the guy that shows the world that he's not as good as he is. Well, actually, I'll tell you this right now. I am better than what I think I am. I'm better than I fucking know I am. And the whole world's going to see it. And I think this weekend, everybody in the MMA community is seeing how good I am. And that still is so much more to give. And that's what's exciting about it.
Now, what about this no post-fight interview? I mean, how do they drop the ball like this? What happened? Was it just a time thing?
I assume so. I initially, just when I noticed that no one was coming in, I assumed it was a time thing. And then obviously after the fight, when you know that, in hindsight, when you know that Cowboy is going to retire, that makes sense. But still, don't take the mic out of my hands. That's where I can absolutely get the crowd riled up and get everyone ready for whatever it is planned in my head. And it would have been a massive big shout out, because when I got on that mic, I was going to say 10-0, undefeated. I think it's about time we bring the UFC back to Dublin, Ireland, baby.
So were you bummed?
A little bit. I mean, that like for more. I understand why, and I like when you think about Cowboy, and it's like, all right, I can sit down and go, do you know what? This is a man who's done so much for the sport. Sure. A man who's put on so many shows. I can swallow mine for what this is, but that's a big bit for me. Like, that's when I get on that mic and I can like bring that energy to the crowd and I can get people excited, and then like. That, for me, that goes through my head, what I'm going to say, because that leads on to the next fight. It gets people excited for what's next to come. And I don't know, that just a little bit, but it makes sense.
By the way, it's not a crazy thought. Like, the thing that we always heard in the past was that there wasn't a big enough arena, right? There's Croke Park and all that. But now, given the fact that you're 3-0, your stature in the sport, like, I could see a fight night headlined by you easy at this point. Do you feel like this is a possibility?
Yeah. I feel like the Irish fans have earned it and deserve it. When you look at the fact, like the body of the work that the Irish have done for MMA, it's awesome. And I know I can absolutely put on a show and bring that energy to Dublin Ireland, bring that energy that we love and we thrive off. The Irish absolutely love fighting. They love the UFC. And we just haven't had it in a long time. And I've said for a long time, I want to be the guy to bring them back. And I'm this close. All it needs to do now is happen.
Yeah.
10-0, 24 years of age. I talk the talk. I walk the walk. Let's make it happen.
Yeah, Bellator's there like every 6 months. Why can't they go for an event headlined by you?
I absolutely don't see why they wouldn't. The UFC have... I tell you what, there's a lot of fighters that would love to go and fight in Ireland as well. So you're not going to be short of people throwing their names to be in that card. So I think it's inevitable. I can't wait for it to happen, but it's exciting. It's the fact that it's a possibility. The fact that we can sit here and you and me can have a conversation about, this should happen. That's what I want. I want people talking about it. I want the UFC to go, do you know what? That's a good idea. Let's do it.
My good friend PT Carroll spoke to you before the fight. Wrote a great piece for RT Sport, and I thought it was one of the best pieces written about you at this time because it was honest and it wasn't just like some sort of puff piece. And what I thought was really interesting about it was the fact that you were talking about missing home, and even like the visual of that pharmacy below your apartment, the neon light and all that. You know, I could see that there's things about home that may seem like just like nothing to the random person, but to you it means something. Do you feel like going back home to fight, to headline an event like that, is what is missing right now to develop that connection with the Irish people, because you're not living in Ireland, you're not training in Ireland, and they don't see you around town constantly?
I don't feel like there's anything missing. I don't feel like I'm starved of any Irish support. I get a hell of a lot of support from the Irish, and I know they They were the ones that bought into my hype before anybody else in the world knew about it. They knew about it. It was the Irish MMA scene where I came up and people were talking about me and excited for my performances. And I cannot wait to bring the UFC back to Dublin, Ireland, because it will just, it's not that it needs that fire, but to get everyone excited, to bring that energy back to Dublin, to bring people from all across Ireland to come to Dublin, to watch me fight and get excited for it and talk to their friends, their family and everybody. I feel like that will just kind of be that kick up the arse to get everyone traveling again and kind of get the band going everywhere around the world. And the Irish support the Irish, and flying that flag is important for us. And I just feel like we deserve this fight back. And now we've got a young man who's in the UFC who's doing his thing. He's lighting up the stage. Why not do it in his hometown? Why not do it where he's born and bred? Why not bring that energy back to a place that's so special to me? And you're right, I do miss Dublin. I do miss Ireland. I sit here and I get emotional with Layla when I sit down. I'm like, oh, mate, don't talk to me about it. I see a photo on my phone, and you're right, that little pharmacy light at nighttime, it brings my energy back. Even just at nighttime, we used to leave the window, the blinds open and the curtains open to just see the buses go by and just the lights. It was, that place will always live in here, and it will never, ever, ever go away. And even thinking about it now, I get a little bit emotional. It's special, and I do miss it.
Yesterday, Conner tweets, Ian Garry was incredibly impressive this weekend, fully immersed in it all, enjoying every second, willingness to engage/commit, the potential for another quote-unquote future Irish MMA UFC champion rose by a real nice margin this weekend. Congrats, Ian. Keep going, brother. Doesn't tag you in the tweet. So somehow, how do you find this? I mean, I'm sure a million people send it to you, but how do you find this, and what is your reaction when you see this glowing praise from Conner once again?
So we only flew back last night, and my strength and conditioning coach sent it to Layla, and Layla said, Ian, come here quickly. And I was like, what? She's like, now. I was like, all right, I had a look at it. I was like, oh, sick.
Yeah.
It's obviously phenomenal. No matter what, he says about me or anything to do with my career, it's always going to be amazing. I mean, I got a fucking tattoo on my arm because of the guy to symbolize the whole weekend. You know what I mean?
When he called you a little daisy, special. Right?
A little fucking daisy, yeah. Yes. Which basically means you're a little star.
Right.
And that just summed up the MSG moment, week, environment, everything about it. It was the perfect way to kind of sum it all up, was that a little fucking daisy. That's why I got a tattoo. But to have the guy who's done more than anyone for this sport, he has changed MMA. He's brought more eyes to the sport. You know what I mean? He holds all the records in regards to pay-per-views and just weigh-ins. Having 15,000 people at a weigh-in just to watch a guy stand on a scale is ridiculous. But to have him say something about that in regards to me is phenomenal. And he's not wrong. Do you know what I mean? I am going to be a champion, and it is inevitable. I know that. And the fact that even he's seeing that now, it's awesome. It means everybody else has seen it too. And I know how good I am. I know how good my potential is, and I'm going to get there. And I promise everyone that it's going to happen. But it's just, it's insane. I mean, I can't wait for me and him to get on a card together. Whenever he's back, that'll be massive for the Irish as well. That'll be massive for me. It'll be a dream come true to share a card with the guy who inspired me to kind of do this, to follow my dreams. And I've always had a violent mind and a way to want to show that off. And MMA is that perfect place for me.
How often are you speaking behind the scenes these days?
Not much. Okay. Not much. I'm off my phone quite a lot. Something that I want to focus on in life is being more in the moment. I feel like we get swallowed up by our phones a lot lately. So I've turned off notifications, messages, DMs, everything on all platforms, because what happens is you see a notification, you pop on it, and then you get lost in Instagram for 20 minutes. You're like, I've got a family, I've got people I want to spend my time with and enjoy it. And I feel like that just, it swallows me up a little bit. And that's what it's designed to do. It's very well done.
Right.
And it's just become normal. So for me, it's for me to grow and get better, my mind needs to be free and it needs to think. And this weekend alone, I've already messaged everyone being like, right, here's where I'm in the moment. I feel these feelings so strongly. Henry, we need to do this. Coach Strout, we need to do this. I messaged my strength and conditioning coach, said we need to do this. And I'm already on it again, thinking of what's next, how I can improve, how I can get better, because perfection doesn't exist, right? Perfect will always be more perfect. And I always want to get better. And that is where my mind is always on. So it's exciting.
I know you're with the team in South Florida. By the way, it's not Sanford anymore, right? It's Killcliff MMA. Is that the new name?
Apparently.
Okay.
When I'm on fight week, I don't know what's happening. And I was told about this, and I'm like, okay, sweet. I know nothing of this, but I guess it is Killcliff MMA, yes.
All right, fair enough. But any plans to go train with Conner now that he's back?
What do you think?
But have you guys talked about this? Like, hey, come over, come to the gym, come to Monaco, come to wherever I am. Let's roll.
I will travel the world to go train with that man, to pick his brain. I've said this. I was blessed to go train with Bass Root and Wonderboy for Karate Combat, where Layla was working. And she sorted that out. She was like, I've got a training session sorted for you. And she was like, into it, Baz and Wonderboy. I'm like, unbelievable. And to pick their brains and to just take one thing from each of those guys and add it to my game would be massive. And there's stuff that I learned from them. Now, to go and train or even speak and pick the brain of a man who inspired me to do what I wanted to do and who was vicious in that octagon, to understand and speak and just get to figure out and pick his brain would be phenomenal. We have a mirror in our room, and on it we use a little marker and we write stuff. And one of the things that's wrote on that mirror is venom, which is what one of Conor McGregor's voice notes after my MSG fight was. It was like, go with venom. Like, everything you've got, put it into the shots. He's like, combinations. Like, how does a combination start with one single shot and throw it as hard as you fucking can? And I like that. And this fight, I remember, like, I spoke about it so much. I have a violent mind. I want to show the world that violent mind because it's beautiful. And the way I do it isn't about hitting someone once. It's about a combination. It's about 1-2 head kick, low kick, knee. It's about that beautiful combination of where you go, how did he do that? That's what I want. And I want blood pissing out of all angles of someone's face. I want broken bones. I want broken noses. I want it all. And that for me is, I feel like just speaking to the man alone, I could get that. So yes, I'd absolutely love that to happen.
When do you want to return?
Do you know what? This is the first time I don't know when I want to return. I mean, my shins are a bit beat up, but that's because I was checking kicks and kicking some calves. That's all right. I'd love to return late this year, early next year. Obviously, I've got a baby on the way, and that is my main focus right now because my family deserves that. And it has been very fight, in. And I want them to have I want them to have my time, what they deserve from me, because I have got a very forward-thinking mind. And it's like, right, what's next? But I want to travel with my family. I want to enjoy and experiences all these beautiful places that we've been to. And I want to sit down and live in the moment with them and make sure my wife gets everything she needs and make sure this little baby is happy and healthy, and then travel the world. I want to go to Brazil to see my wife's family and just kind of make those connections, because I haven't been and haven't met them all in person because of COVID and just a busy schedule. So I want to travel and I want to grow and I want to learn. I'm excited for it all. But Errol, you know me, I'm ready. Like, I will always be ready. I'm a fighter. I'm a competitor. It's what I do, and I could be tempted to come back whenever. And I know my wife is always the biggest supporter of me, and she'll go, yeah, do it. So yeah, we'll see.
I'm wondering
plenty of options. Whenever the next big pay-per-view card is, put me on that, because I'm Mr. Pay-per-view now. Yeah,
you are three for three. I was thinking maybe MSG. You come back for the second time in a row. MSG in November is historically when they do it. By the way, when is the due date?
October 17th.
Okay, so that is close.
October. Yeah, and that's why. That's kind of like it's.
Yeah.
You know,
no, I get it.
They need you. Yeah, they need you. They deserve that time, and she needs me. And if I'm in a fight camp, my mind will be on so many different things. Whereas, like, I just want it to be on her and give her everything I possibly can to make this pregnancy as good as it possibly can be, because she's awesome with me on fights and fight camps and everything we do, and just in life in general. She deserves nothing from me but to be there for her, and that's what I want. I'm my baby.
By the way, did I screw up? Like on the screen here and everything, should it be Ian Machado Garry now?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what it should be. Yeah.
All right. So that's our bad.
I was in the PI. I was doing recovery. I was in the hot tub, cold tub. I was listening to your live where you were going through the predictions. Good man, put me in your picks. You'll
Thank
never
you.
lose if you have me in your picks.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Yes.
It's just silly for anyone not to put me in it. But I remember you speaking about the name.
Yes.
And I don't know what it is. Basically, there's a very deep story. And one of the guys, I don't know who it was who said it to you out of the two guys, but he said, like, listen to the comms next time. Which is funny. I had a laugh at that. But basically, Layla has a kid in a previous relationship.
Okay.
And obviously we're pregnant. I don't want those two little boys feeling like they're separated in any way, shape, or form. I took the name so that the little boy that is in a previous relationship feels connected to me. And he feels connected to my son, which is his brother. And we're all one big happy family. I don't want it being my son and her son. I want it to be our sons. And that's what it's about. So it's an important thing for me. And I do want it to be like that, because then eventually when, like, obviously the bigger I get and the more I fight, and he's going to be going, whatever he describes me to his friends as, I want him to have the same name as me so that he can live in that moment and enjoy it and be like, oh, that's my buddy daddy, or whatever it is that he says.
I love it.
That's what I want him to be able to have that experience, because that's important for me. We're a family. He lives with us in Florida. I mean, his dad lives around the corner from us. His dad's my nutritionist. We're all one big, happy, traveling family, and we do it right, and it's important for me. And that is the main thing. So when my name is called out, I don't want it to be Ian Garry, because I'm going to have a little boy who's going to have Garry as a second name, and I'm going to have another little boy who doesn't have Garry as a second name. So if I have Ian Machado Garry and both of those boys have Machado in the name, then everything is connected. And that, to me, is the most important thing. Man,
that is beautiful. Much respect, my friend. Much respect. And from this point forward, it will always be Ian Machado Garry. I'm sorry that it's not this time. Don't apologize to me now. This is the first you've heard of it, and you could never understand it, but now you will. It's a beautiful thing.
That's different, right?
Oh, beautiful. I love that.
It's popular in Brazil, apparently, how, like, to travel, like, to find, like, the family trees. Like, you take your mother's maiden name and your father's name, and you connect them. So that it'll always kind of go. And that for me is massive. It's like, this is one big family, and we travel the world together, and we do everything together. And the success I have means they get it too. I love it. Ian, a pleasure as always, my friend. Congrats on the win. 3-0 in less than a year in the UFC. Incredible year for you. Good luck now in the final stages. This is the best time. You will remember these days forever. So good luck to you and Layla. Appreciate you always coming on, and we'll talk to you soon. I appreciate it so much, Errol. As always, you've been a massive supporter of me, and I will keep bringing it for you. Don't you worry. Keep putting me on your bets, and you won't lose, right? I appreciate it. Thank you to all the fans. Thank you to everybody. I appreciate it. All right, talk to you soon, Ian. There he is, Ian Machado Garry, who is now 3-0 in the UFC, 10-0 as a pro. And yes, we did have him on our International Fight Week draft team, which I think I was screwed in the end because, we all had 4 wins, but I had the lone underdog, Alex Bejeda, and we could run it back. I remember them saying... I had 4 fighters, come on. Yeah, but what do you mean you had 4 fighters? Tell that to Pedro Munhoz coming up in a bit. Yeah. All right. How about Ian Garry watching the draft? Not bad. I mean, great guy. Bet on him every time he fought. Great guy. Met him. Now, another guy that I met before... Jalin Turner, big win for him on Saturday. 5 wins in a row now. And not only that, 5 finishes as well. This time, a very quick one, 45 seconds against Brad Riddell. Let us say hello now to the tarantula himself, my good friend Jalin Turner. Jalin, how are you, my friend? Congrats on the win. Thank you, man. I'm doing good. Golly, you're on fire, my friend. I feel like you're like that gif of the guy just walking on fire. 5 in a row, 5 finishes. If the confidence scale was 1 to 10, I feel like your confidence is at like a 25 at this point. Am I right? Yeah, I'm pretty confident. Oh, you hear me? Yeah, I lost you for a sec, but I think we're good now. Yeah. I said my confidence is pretty high after, continuing the successful finish streak. Man,
5 in a row and winning like that on a stage like that with a finish like that, 45 seconds. Best win of your career?
Yeah, I could definitely give it that title. Got me into the rankings. Got me where I needed to be. So definitely one of my favorites so far.
Where are you ranked now? I didn't see. Oh, did we lose him? You hear me, Jalin?
Yeah, I don't know what's up with us, but we have bad connection.
Second time in a row, Jalin. Come on. And now you're not in a car. Where are you on Wi-Fi or are you on regular like cells coverage, whatever it is, LTE, 5G?
I'm on Wi-Fi. I'm at home on Wi-Fi.
Can you try without Wi-Fi?
Yeah, let's see.
All right, let's see. Sometimes the Wi-Fi is the issue. Jalin Turner, 27. 13-5, but has won 5 in a row, like I said. All finishes. Beat Brad Riddell. Beat Jamie Malarkey, Urs Medic, Brock Weaver, Joshua Kulibau. Last loss, 2019. All right, he's back. Jalin, you back? You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
I think this should be better. So you were saying, I asked you best one, and you think, yes, fair to say that? Best one so far? Best win?
Yeah, so far. Yeah, no doubt.
I loved everything about it. Honestly, Brad Riddell is a super tough guy. I think a lot of people thought you were going to win. Actually, I was surprised that you weren't a bigger favorite going into the fight. But be honest with me, 45-second sub, like were you a little surprised it ended that quickly?
Yeah, man. I thought we were going to, have a little back and forth, get to some crazy exchanges and, I have to test the durability a bit more. But yeah, 45 seconds.
Incredible. A night like that on a stage like that. And you were saying you're ranked now. What are you ranked at the moment? I missed it.
Number 14.
So this is first time with a number next to your name.
Yeah.
Is this some kind of goal for you? Like, is this something you wanted badly?
Oh yeah. And the goal is to be a champion. This is just a part of the journey.
By the way, I love the hair. You had the spider web in there. Have you done that before?
Yeah, I've done it since I fought Brock. I started rocking my spider webs in the octagon.
Who does that for you?
My barber, Shaggy.
But when you're in Vegas, or you do it before you leave?
Yeah, I do it before I leave. Yeah, I do it. I usually leave since I've been fighting in Vegas my last few fights. I just do it that Monday before I leave, and it usually will last up until the fight. It
stays fresh like that till Saturday? That's impressive. Your hair doesn't grow back. I mean, for me, it would be gone by Saturday. How does it look now?
I'm lucky. It's going a little bit here and there, It's growing in.
It's not bad. Everything about you is just like oozing confidence right now, on fire. So now that you're 14, do you feel like, okay, now this is a brand new chapter, you're ranked, and now we're going to start to face some of the top dogs in the division? Like this is the beginning of a whole other run now?
Yeah, man, I've reached a new level, it's like, getting in a new tax bracket, it's a lot of stuff that comes with it. So yeah, man, I'm ready to start taking this division by storm and, fighting these higher level opponents and continuing to make it look easy.
What's so impressive about your whole look? I mean, you're a very long guy. The arms are incredibly long. You're a tall guy. When you're out of camp now, how big do you actually get?
Honestly, the biggest I really get is 185, and as soon as I'm in camp, I start walking around like 75, at the heaviest. This camp, I was down to 72 comfortable.
Down to 70. So do you think at some point you'll have to go up or no? Like as you get older, or do you think you'll always be able to, because you're just so tall, you're so big, you're so long?
I don't think I'll be going up anytime soon, but they say the metabolism changes once you hit 30. So we'll see once I hit 30. But right now, I'm gonna stay at 55. I don't see myself bulking up too much, or because the cut's not that hard. Like this cut was actually super smooth. Like it was like one of the easiest, one of the smoothest, and I gotta thank Icon Mills and the dietitian at the UFC, the PI Charles. So it was good.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm not suggesting you should move up anytime soon. You're obviously killing it at 55. I was just wondering, eventually, given your size, if you've kind of thought that you'll have to move up because of the metabolism and all that. So, like, just want to make that clear. There's no need to move up. I hate when people ask that sort of thing. By the way, 3 pay-per-views in a row, so they're obviously behind you. They're featuring you on these big cards. Do you feel the love? Do you feel like they're going to start putting you maybe on the main cards now? Like, what are you feeling from them?
Yeah, I feel the love. I finally started showcasing myself, and everything's paid off. All the opportunities are paid off, and yeah, man, maybe who knows, dude? Maybe even main event or headline a fight night. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but
no,
Billy's are endless. We'll see.
Is that if you had to choose, would that be the next step for you? Headline a fight night? Is that something you want next?
I mean, I'm definitely not opposed to that. That'd be fun, get my first 5-rounder in, test those waters, see how it goes. Down to go 5 rounds, depending on who they give me, but, I'd be down for it.
Who'd be the dream opponent in that scenario right now?
See, dude, it really doesn't matter to me. No dream opponent. It's just always another fight. It's a business to me. That's all it is.
No, there's no one on your radar right now that you feel gets you to another level. You don't look at things like that.
Nah, man, nah. It's my job first and foremost is to go in there and perform, execute, fight, let my action do the talking, and whoever they put in front of me, that's all it is. Like once I get that contract signed and I start focusing in on executing my game, then we go from there. But right now, there's no, for me, it's never been a dream opponent, somebody I really want to fight badly. I really want to do this with or that with. Whoever's in front of me, I want to fight. I want to go through. Whoever has the belt, by the time I get to that point, I want to fight. I want to go through. That's how it's always been in my mind.
By the way, right now, are you in San Bernardino?
Yeah. I'm actually in Loma Linda right now, but it's like a city away from San Bernardino.
I don't know the area very well. How far are you from Lemoore? Is that not close?
No, not too close. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because they said they were going to go back to Lemoore for an event at the Tachi Palace. So I thought maybe that I know it's in Cali for a fight night. I thought maybe it would make sense for you. I'm trying to make this happen for you.
Yeah, no, that's. I'd rather fight at the Honda Center, Anaheim, or something.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah.
All right. Well, we were talking fight nights, and they don't usually do fight nights there. So that's why I was trying to will this into existence.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
I see what you're doing.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Big July 4th weekend show in Las Vegas. Did that mean anything special for you? Was that something that felt like a bucket list thing, or another thing to cross off the list in terms of the accomplishments that are on the resume now?
Yeah, being a part of International Fight Week, just fighting on that card, it's pretty awesome. I've wanted to do it since I got to the UFC, and if I got to cross it off the list, and if I don't end up fighting the next International Fight Week, I get to have a fan experience with everybody. So that'd be cool to do.
Yeah, and you got to fight on ABC, which was a big spot. Although your fight ended so quickly that they had to fill so much time, and I'm sure I don't know. It's like a gift and a curse, right? You want to get that ABC love, that ABC airtime. But you also love getting the quick win, right? So which would you have preferred? Probably the quick win. You don't want to get punched in the face.
Honestly, after this one, I'm kind of wanted to get hit a little bit. I wanted to feel some tension. The warrior in me was man, it was satisfying to get the win the way I did, but I just felt like something was missing. A little bit of contact, but that's just a competitor in me, I guess.
Did he land a single punch on you?
Nah, he threw I think he landed a leg kick.
Wow, that is so crazy. Imagine all that buildup, months and months of training, mentally, physically. I mean, you're just everything's built for this one moment, and it's literally 45 seconds. You don't get touched. Is that a weird feeling when you go to the back? Did you have to go and do some push-ups or something just to sweat a little bit?
Yeah, man. I was still amped. I was antsy. I was man, I kept telling my coaches, man, I want more, I just, because in my head I'm prepping for him to be tough, to be durable, to come at me with some shots to like counter my counters. I just had all like a whole different scenario in my head, a whole different game plan and mindset. And, to go out there and execute. As soon as I see my openings, because I'm just a natural finisher. I see the openings, capitalize on it, and that's all I needed.
And you got none of that.
Wow.
And he's a tough dude. Like he usually gets into wars, he's all bloody and everything like that. But it was just such an impressive finish, such an impressive moment for you in your career. And I feel like people are starting to recognize you as one of those guys that is going to be in the title picture. Probably the toughest division in the UFC, 155. There's a big main event this weekend as well. In your mind now, how long before you're in that discussion with the likes of the top dogs at 55?
Man, honestly, it all depends on who they give me next. If I feel like if I beat one of these, like one of the older heads in the game, I think I'm pretty much knocking on the door. I've already made 5 statements this far. Just need one more. I keep telling myself just one more. Just the next fight is it. The next fight is it. It's gonna open even more doors. So, yeah, man, it's next fight, dude. Next fight, we're gonna be knocking on big doors, and depending on who it is, we might get that title shot a bit sooner than expected.
Damn. When was it expected? Like originally, before all of this, when were you thinking?
Man, I got with my coach. I got a new coach in my corner, and we had set like a 2-year plan, like a little further out than that, about a 2-year plan of just pure training and dedication with him, just to like get me prepped and ready for the top, and who's going to be up there like, grappling wise. And yeah, man, is timelines just got cut in half right now, especially with that finish. Maybe if it was a competitive fight, it would have been, I would have had a little bit more time. But now I'm like, shoot, like we're racing.
That was a year ago?
Yeah, about a year ago. Yeah.
You know what?
Actually, last year.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
So
December.
You know what I'd like to see? You versus Mateusz Gamrot. He just had a main event win. You're ranked around the same. I feel like that's the one that gets you into like the top 5. He's currently ranked 8th. You're 14th. There's a bunch of guys. I mean, Hooker's 13th, but I don't know where he's at right now. Connor's 12. Who knows if he fights at 55. Arman Tsarukyan just lost. I know it was somewhat controversial. Fiziev is fighting this weekend. Tony Ferguson. Like, I feel like a fight like that gets you into the top 5, gets you into the top 6, 7, something like that.
Oh, yeah, agreed. Definitely. That's why I'm just saying, like, whoever they give me next is going to, be the next move, is going to dictate where I go from there.
How soon do you want to return? I'm assuming you're pretty healthy.
I'm fairly healthy. I had an injury before the fight. I ended up popping my arm out, hyperextended pretty bad. I couldn't even bend my left arm the week before the fight. So that was pretty wild. Yeah, it was locking up on me pretty bad. But I was like my coaches got in my ear. They're like, "Nah, we got this. Like, don't worry about it. Like, the adrenaline will kick in and you'll be fine." I prepped my mind for it. I started doing a bunch of treatment, got it taken care of, got the mobility back, and I was like, "All right, we got this."
How's it feel now?
It's fine, but like if I do certain things, lay on it wrong, keep it in like the same position. Like if I keep it here, like it ends up locking up on me right now. So I get it checked out tomorrow, and we see what's going on. But it shouldn't be too long of a layoff to let this heal. So yeah, I'll probably be able to fight like the end of the year if it's nothing too crazy.
That makes the guillotine even more impressive. That your left arm was killing like that.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, man. I was like, if I lock this one in, because I always guillotine my left side. So I was like, if I lock it in, I gotta make sure it's tight. So we train that. We train that like all fight week, just making sure like that adjustment was there and we got it done.
Did you consider pulling out at all?
It crossed my mind. We talked about it. I talked to the manager about it a little bit, just saying, just played all the options in the cards, but. It was a mental battle. It was a mental battle for a couple of days. And, I was like, man, let me just keep cutting my weight just in case, it's going to get better. Did my treatment, just kept doing like mobility stuff with it. Man, it started like, as soon as I was like, man, I could hit pads with it. I was like, I could just touch it. Like, I was like, all right, we're good. We're just going to thug this out. So I thugged it out and, it paid off. 45 seconds, man. I would have been so hurt, if I would have missed out on the opportunity. So, that's what life's all about, taking the risk and seizing opportunities. But, I fought injured before, and this injury wasn't as debilitating or bad as the previous one when I lost to Favola. So, once I set that in my mind, I was like, I'm going to go execute regardless.
What was that injury?
Torn meniscus.
You fought with the torn meniscus?
Yeah.
So that's why you lost. Now we know.
Yeah. Yeah.
You could say that confidently.
Confidently.
You were in a lot of pain.
Yes. I couldn't really grapple. I couldn't defend shots like the last 2.5, 3 weeks of camp. And that's really messed up my grappling in that fight. That's why he out-grappled me. If you notice, every time he turned the corner on his shots, I couldn't really defend it. I couldn't pop up, couldn't move. I had to just take it and go with it.
Do you regret it?
Yes, definitely. And that's why it was such a mental battle with this injury, because I was like, should I do it? Should I pull out? Should I not do it? And once I got over that mental hurdle and I felt like physically I was able enough to, endure whatever came on, I was like, all right, we can do this. We got this, So it was a fine line, man, but it was, and even my manager brought it up. He was like, you don't ever want to feel that feeling again, Jay. Just know, if you need to, we can pull out. I'm all for it. I'm supporting you. You don't want to look back at your career, and have to feel like, man, you lost to a guy that you could have beat, had you been healthier, So.
Man, you'd be on a 7-fight winning streak now.
Yeah, I would be undefeated as a lightweight for sure.
It's all good. No one even remembers that anymore. Now you're on fire. You're finishing guys left and right. It's really a joy to watch you fight, and I feel like you're about to become a real problem in this division. I feel like there's going to be a lot of guys. What's the biggest problem? I feel like you're going to have a hard time finding fights. That's going to be the problem. I feel like people are going to be like, nah, I'm not going to fight the tarantula. You see that guy's arms? No, thank you. But you are on fire. Congratulations on the win, Jalin. Keep up all the great work. It's really a joy and a pleasure to watch you fight and compete.
Thank you, man. It's an honor to finally be at this position, man, and get the recognition that, I've been working so hard for.
Talk to you soon. Enjoy the win and hope you feel better.
Feeling great, man. Feeling great. Finally got a bonus too.
Oh, yes.
5 tries of
that was the first one in those 5 fights?
First one after 5 finishes.
Man, any plans?
Nah, just invest it and, try to let it grow.
That's good. That's smart. You're a smart man. Jalin, we'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
There he is, Jalin Turner, the tarantula. We spoke to him last time, if you want to check that out, about his tremendous tarantula collection. And remember one time he showed up to the weigh-ins with it. So really interesting guy and a stud at 155 pounds. 5 in a row, 5 finishes, guillotine, TKO, RNC, ground and pound, just 27, now ranked. I like that. Him versus Gamrot. It was my idea, not his. I'd be down for that. If you just look at the rankings and who would be available, and also the timing, right? Because Gamrot fought a couple weeks ago. Would make sense if you ask me. He's a name to watch out for. He's a name to remember. He's going to be a player at 55. Now, one of the biggest stories from this past weekend, of course, the Sean O'Malley, Pedro Munhoz fight, which unfortunately ended very unceremoniously. It was kicking off the pay-per-view. Eye poke ends in a no contest, accidental eye poke. The aftermath, a little ugly, if you ask me, and wanted to have Pedro on to, find out how he's feeling. He was the one that got poked, and he's had to post some things online to prove that he was hurt, which I think is absolutely insane. Dan Lambert, owner of ATT, telling me that he thinks it's hilarious that the toughest guy, as he put it, in the gym at ATT, which we all know how special that place is being called out like this, but also to find out about what happened and where he goes from here. So let's go to the Zoom machine and say hello to Pedro Munhoz. Pedro, thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ariel. It's a pleasure to be here and able to talk with you guys.
How are you feeling? How is the eye?
I'm feeling pretty good right now, Ariel. So, you guys are aware of what happened in the fight. And basically, when that's the first time that happened with me. So I got poked in the fight. I got poked in the eye in fights many times before, right? But this time in specific, I didn't know what happened until I found out later on in the hospital that I had a scratch, a abrasion in the cornea of my eye. And that would, and then I realized I was not able to open my eyes for like 25 minutes. So I was walking back to the locker room with my eyes completely shut and going to the hospital the same night. And my eyes still was not able to open. People were trying to open my eye. It was very sensitive. So they were able to put a medicine, an eye drop that they use for numb the eye. Usually when the car accidents, you have piece of glasses in your eyes. So they use that to numb. So the guy uses that. He said, yeah, I'm going to numb your eye. You're not going to feel anything. So he numbed my eye, and then they started doing a lot of exams. And then one thing that made me feel more comfortable, that was my retina was intact. Because even though my eye was open, Ariel, it was very hard to see. It was like a black fog. And 3-4 days on today, able to open my eyes, as you can see, and I see like superior, inferior. I see very clear in the middle, but both extreme, I still see like super dark and not clear, like blurry eye.
Oh. So right now, does it hurt?
It doesn't hurt anymore. The one day, a lot of people were talking on social media because my left eye was shut and the incident was happening in the right eye. So in the video in Portuguese, I said that was my right eye that I got poked. So people misunderstood, and because my left eye was shut, and they were saying that, oh, you got poked in the eye. How come your left eye is shut? Huh. But I never said it was my left eye. It was my right eye that I got poked. My left eye. 3 hours later, once I got back to the hotel, I went to clean my nose. I completely forgot. As soon as I blew my nose, my eyes, poof. Oh. I guess he punched me one punch like in this area here in the fight. It was a not heavy punch, but it was a punch that connect, I remember. So probably that made me when I blew my nose to clean it, kind of puff my eye. So my eyes in the fight was completely fine. My left one. That's my right one that I got poked.
Wow. Okay. I saw that you posted the video, but obviously I don't speak Portuguese. So I actually thought it was the other one as well. I can understand why there was that confusion. So are they telling you that you need surgery or anything like that?
So we're going to have another appointment next Tuesday. And what the first doctor said that we probably would have a laser procedure just to heal, to fast the healing process, because they say it's a cut in the cornea, but they prefer to wait a little bit more. So I have my doctor right here in Boca Raton, the doctor that I always go for the eye. And another thing that when I got poked, I went through a procedure in my eye before Cody Gabriel's fight, because getting poked in the fight and training many times, I developed something in my eye. So I had to go through a procedure that was two and a half years ago, that something was too straight and I had to open up a little bit. And one of the guys that worked for us at a top team took me. So I had that procedure in the same day. So it was like 3 minutes procedure, which I was with the laser, they were attacking my eyes. So I went through like eye issue in the past, it's not because, I didn't want to fight or come back there. No, my eyes was completely shut. So the thing that was going in that moment, I was to try to save my vision, That was the only thing that I thought. I was in the fight 100%. I was winning in the scorecards. I was super comfortable. I was able to break him down first round, which the round that he goes the strongest. Second, the third, we know that he's starting going down. And that's my strongest round. 5 rounds fight, I would probably eat him alive.
Yeah, so I was just about to ask, first round, 2 of the 3 judges scored it in favor of you. What were you feeling going into the second? Confidence-wise, were you happy with what you did in the first? And was there anything that he was doing that surprised you?
No. First, I was attacking him, but also trying to manage the distance very well, which he's tall. But I thought that I was going to have a hard time, but I was able to train with so many good guys with that range and way better than him, striking wise, that I was pretty comfortable going the second round. If you remember, I started the second round, I threw 3 low kicks back to back on his left. I threw 1 and then 1 through 3 back to back, So, tell me who's going to throw 3 low kicks in Sean O'Malley with that much distance leverage 3 times in a row, in 2 seconds. And, and then he poked me in the eye. A lot of people were not talking about this, and ESPN has been posted, UFC has been posted, but nobody realized that when he poked me in the eye, I posted my story yesterday in slow motion. It's pretty deep. This finger right here, I go almost all the way here into this side over here. It's very clear how it shows, and the medical report, it says to himself, there was a scratch in my cornea. So I was not able to open my eye for 25 minutes. The referee asked me 2 questions. Can you see it? No. Can you open your eyes? I cannot open my eye. All right, I'm going to give you some time. He gave me some time. It's getting better. He said, it's not getting better. I'm going to stop the fight. I say, do what you got to do.
That moment is always I always feel for the fighters in that moment because everyone's there. They're excited. They're starting to put pressure on you. You're probably feeling everyone watching you. You're in pain. Is there any part of you that thinks let me just lie here and I keep going, or because it's a tough spot to be in? It's put on your shoulders when there was an accident.
That's a great question. That's what happened with me in my first fight in UFC when I fought Assunção. I got that fight in 8 days notice. I was the RFA champion. I got poked in the eye accidentally, 100%. But it was my first fight in UFC. I knew that I had to perform. I didn't know, the rules very much. And I fought with the eye double vision the whole entire time. I remember seeing Rafael, 4 eyes, two eyes. I got poked in this eye right here in my left. I didn't ask for time, anything. I just kept fighting and remember being for days like that, coming back home and going to see doctors to, I was seeing double vision with that the whole entire week.
So you don't want to do that again, obviously, right? Did you think of that in the moment?
Yeah, no, man. It's the things that's really suck about it is that, I got the rhythm, I got the timing of the fight, and then he came, intentional. It was not intentionally for sure, but it would affect my performance if I would choose to go back and fight just with one eye.
Yeah. And to be clear, I was going to ask you, you don't believe he did it on purpose?
He didn't do it on purpose.
Okay.
But also a lot of his actions after the fight was things that I don't think is right based on my values. He came and apologized me, and then he go make a video on TikTok, make fun of my video that. So you apologize me for poke me because he realized. He came up to me, he's like, I didn't mean to poke you in the eye. I say, I know you didn't mean to poke me in the eye. I say, we can run this back anytime. And he said, you're a legend. I say, thank you. I say, and then I told his coach, the guy that has the orange hair, don't know his name. And he was very nice to me. And he says, let's run this back. I said, let's run this back. So, and then there was something that happened in my eye that you poke accidentally, but and then you go make fun. That's kind of things that I tell my kids not to do it. You say one thing, but then you go make fun. On the other hand, I came to a generation, one before his generation, it's kind of like the reporter right there that went to interview Nate Diaz and asked a stupid question that his guy smacked right there in the spot. I fight to not to happen, but it's kind of like the thing that, I'm not gonna go and make fun of someone or just to get more followers and stuff like that, And besides that, all his friends, Steve will do it. All these guys texting me, telling about my wife, telling about my family, say that they're gonna fight me. And guess what? Told Dan, I say, you can find me. I'll be in the pool here Sunday all day. And they're always in the pool all day. A few of them walking by, but they're gangsters competitors, Ariel. And the real deal, I was there the whole time, see a bunch of them, and nobody, came to do anything. So that's the type of stuff that I say, I don't agree with. And that was something that was like new for me, find like some kid from a generation that and makes this show looks like a circus. When I grew up watching BJ Penn, Frankie Edgar, Jose Aldo fought all these guys, Dominic Cruz, and now I just feel that I was in a circus.
Right. So these were his friends? These people were writing you this stuff and then you saw them the next day?
All those YouTubers,
Yeah. Now, so...
Yeah.
I know. So this is the thing, like, I've never heard anyone say anything negative about you. Dan Lambert was telling me you're the toughest guy in the gym. To see fighters question your integrity, say that you want it out afterwards, all that stuff. When you go back and see that, how does that make you feel?
I don't feel anything about that. It's just how the people they wanted to talk. That's what they think. I don't have to prove it for anything there. At the end of the day, it's my eye in the game, It's I proved my reputation in this sport many times. Look at all these battles that I went to, Jose Aldo leaned me, boom, knee, right me in the face in the second round, clear, boom. And that was the meat of the second round. I stayed strong that second round, went to the third round, toe-to-toe, one of the best of all time. And his punches compared to Sean O'Malley is kind of like a kid.
The part that bothers me, and I don't like, I think it's absolutely disrespectful, disgusting. Your reputation precedes you. And it's one thing to see fans do it. To see the other fighters say it is what really bugged me as well, because everyone's been in that spot. Everyone knows, like, it could happen to anyone. And I hate the fact that we put, like, it's almost like you're being blamed for getting hurt. You're the one. Oh, you asked that. No, like, you couldn't see. What are you going to go in there with Sean O'Malley with one eye? That's a crazy thing. You were winning the fight on 2 of the 3 scorecards. Like, the idea that this guy who has fought, for those that don't know, Pedro Munhoz has been in there with Dominic Cruz, Jose Aldo, Jimmy Rivera, Frankie Edgar, Aljamain Sterling, Cody Garbrandt, Brian Caraway, Brett Johns, John Dodson, Rob Font. Like, these are some of the toughest guys in the history of the 135-pound weight class. The idea that you would ask out after winning the first round on 2 of the 3 scorecards is just asinine. And it bothers me to read. So I couldn't imagine. I was wondering how you felt if you saw it and if it makes you want to, like, smash your phone or computer when you see that stuff.
It's funny because when I was talking exactly what we were just saying right now last night, right? My wife, and then was looking forward to have this talk with you, and because you're a smart guy, and I say, all right, cool, exactly. So like I been being blamed for something that I didn't do it. I was in the fight. I was going forward, attacking him. I was getting him in the second round. Go back and watch the fight, the beginning of the second round, what's happening when I started letting go of my hands more than the first round. For me, chasing him, he does that movement right here. And so I be blamed for something that he did, and all of a sudden I want out. Like, that doesn't make any sense, And when people say something the opposite, it just show like, how many stupid and people out there and ignorant and a bunch of haters, just to they're fighters. They probably got poked in the gym before any training. I did, but in that sense, to cut my cornea was the first time. So, I think like people that would judge a situation like that but not put in my shoes they're just like, ignorant. So that's what I think.
If it was up to you, would you run it back right away?
100%.
Do you think they will run it back right away?
I don't know. This is not something that I go behind a desk and make that happen. I'm not someone that yap out of the mouth. Like I said, I came to the generation before. Whoever Sean calls me, say who I'm fighting and when, I say, okay, send me the contract. And Sean knows that. And that's how it is.
Do you think he wants to run it back right away?
I hope so.
Do you think he does?
I think he does.
I think I said this on my show on Monday. I think it's the right thing to do. It feels incomplete. You were viewed as a test for him, right? Ranked guy who's been there before, headline events. We don't know if he passed the test or not. It's incomplete. I don't think for a second he did it on purpose. I don't think he's a dirty fighter. But I would like to see the conclusion of this because it was starting to become a really interesting battle between you two. So I hope that they don't move away from this, and I hope we can see it again. I think that this, I feel like it has to happen. It's like the most obvious thing. Make it a main event, 5 rounds fight night. Let's go.
I love it.
How soon do you think you could return? Have they told you that? Given the injury.
They haven't told me anything. I'm going to see a doctor on Tuesday, and we go from there.
For you, would it be fair to say you'd be disappointed if they went in a different direction?
I would not be disappointed. That word is a very strong word. Not disappointed.
What would you be? Annoyed? Upset?
I guess. I'll be ready to fight anyone else.
How are you so nonchalant about all of this, Pedro? It's a very traumatic thing. Big fight, big opportunity. First fight on the pay-per-view, going well for you. He's never been like this before. This is a big test, and you're the one proving to be a tough test. You get poked, your integrity is being questioned, your ethics are being questioned, and you're just like, man, no problem. I respect you. I'm happy that it's not bothering you, and I hope that this is what's really going on behind the scenes. But I wouldn't blame you if you were pissed off as well.
Yeah, I guess I keep that way so I can stay sharp in training and nothing to distract me. To go there and do my job and finish what I couldn't finish now.
Right. Was there some, did you feel based on how the fight was going, what were you expecting at that point? That it would be 15-minute decision win for you?
More action in that moment, starting peak the pace more and added a little more the low kicks that he was not checking, that he was saying that he was not checking at all. The kicks starting connecting more.
Can I tell you the part that bothers me the most, if I may? The fact that you have to post your medical report to prove that you were really hurt. That's crazy to me. We saw it. What do you mean you have to prove? That's don't you think that's nuts that you had to do that? That you felt compelled to do that? That's not right.
Yeah, a lot of people was telling me that. Even Jose Aldo texted me yesterday. He's like, bro, we all know that you're tough. You should not post that. Or no, he said you should not prove anything to anybody.
Right. Why did you feel like you had to do that?
Because like I said, I've been in so many battles before and guys and literally going there fighting Sean O'Malley and see all that I was facing was nothing more hype, and now my integrity has been assaulted. And I just felt that I say it's right here for the people that doubt and they still believe. I know you guys are going to still not believe in it, but here. So I'm not doing anything to avoid this fight. So that's what really happened that day.
It bummed me out and I know you were getting, a lot of annoying comments and things like that, but you don't have to prove anything to anyone. I think your reputation and those who have watched you speaks for itself. By the way, now that you've been in there with him, what do you think his ceiling is? You think he could become a champion? Are you still unsure based on the fact that it was, relatively?
No, he has a look. He's good. He has a lot of skills. I was able to read his mechanics through fights and coaches, and bring the right sparring partners, bring the right training partners to train with me. And that was exactly how we planned the fight was going to be. I know he definitely has a lot of skills, but we were ready for it, and we proved the first round.
Mm-hmm. So up to you, maybe back end of the year, you run it back. If it was up to you, perfect world, that's what you want.
Yep.
And you have an appointment next week to find out if you need surgery or not, or just to find out the timetable. Like, what are you finding out next week? You said next Tuesday, right?
Yep. Let's say I haven't talked with the doctor yet. Let's say we're probably going to ask those questions that you just asked me.
Okay. You want me to come with you to the appointment, or you know all the questions?
You live around here?
No, I wish, by the way. Sounds fantastic. Boca Raton, geez Louise, I'd love to live over there. That is amazing.
I live right here. Paradise.
It sounds like it. And as of right now, it's getting better, right? Like, you don't feel like it's getting worse. You're improving every day.
Yes, it's improvement every day.
Any message to the people who question you, who are saying these things about you? Anything you want to say to them?
No, I don't. Nothing specific.
I respect
to say
it.
to these people,
Or to Sean, who said he's the first guy. Sean said he's the first guy to finish you.
Yeah, I saw that. Somebody posted me something. Like I said, in the end of the day, he was there in the octagon, and he felt what's up. So, you want to go there and tweet and do all that kind of stuff, go ahead, say whatever you wanted to say. But at the end of the day, in the back of his head, he knows that he was about to get in deep waters.
Pedro, you're a class act. Well done. Much respect to you, my friend. I hope that you recover very quickly, very easily. It was a great fight. I wish we could have seen the whole thing. I hope we get to see it again to find out, who the better man is, and then you can move on. So I wish you the best, and thank you for coming on. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you, Ariel.
All right. There he is, Pedro Munhoz. Obrigado to him. And how do you not respect that guy? What a class act. What a lovely, lovely man. And yeah, Dominic Cruz, have you heard of him? Have you heard of Jose Aldo? Have you heard of Jimmy Rivera, Frankie Edgar, Aljamain Sterling, Cody Garbrandt? Have you heard of Brian Caraway, Brett Johns, John Dodson, Rob Font? Have you heard of these? This is pretty much the creme de la creme at 135. You're going to question this guy? Come on, guys. What a lovely, classy guy. Never, I don't think I've ever talked to him before. I think I talked to him at one of the media days back in the day. In any event, in a moment like this, where he's being questioned not only by crazy fans, but by fighters as well, to be that classy and like mild-mannered and respectful, better man than me, tell you that much. Well done, and hopefully they do run it back. Best fight of the night as far as the bonuses were concerned, Bryan Barberena versus Robbie Lawler. Tremendous battle, won by Bryan Barberena, won by Bam Bam. Incredible stuff against a legend like Robbie Lawler. That's now 3 in a row. You get a TKO win over the former champ. That's big time, dare I say, the biggest of all time stuff for him in his career. He joins us right now via the magic of Zoom. Bryan, how are you, my friend?
What's up, Ariel? Doing good, man. Doing great.
Great to talk to you. It has been a minute, but I don't know if you know this, Bryan. I have been repping you for many, many years here. It's right here. It's still here.
I see it.
The lunchbox
Still
is
there.
here. And recently, I'm not going to say any names, they were like, oh, maybe it's time to take down the lunchbox. I was like, take down the lunchbox? I'm cashing it. Now it's time to cash in the lunchbox. I've had this. I took this to ESPN. I brought it back. It's still here. I just want you to know, all right?
I appreciate that. It looks good up there.
It looks tremendous. It's one of my favorite.
Yeah, I don't know who told you to take it down, but come on.
Bunch of haters. Where are you right now, Bryan?
I'm at my place right now. We're out camping.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I appreciate you. So you're like in an RV or something right now?
Yeah.
Wow. What state are you in?
North Carolina.
Oh my gosh. Like, am I interrupting a family trip right now?
You're good. Yeah, all good.
Oh gosh, I feel horrible about this. Well, I appreciate the time. By the way, you have a farm, right, in Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
What is
yes,
it called?
sir. We're actually going to be. We're working on moving it to North Carolina.
You're going to move
that way I can be home. Be home all week during the week and stuff. Right now, I travel, so I'm gone during the week and home on the weekend. So hopefully, we're moving. We can move and move all the animals with us and move the farm and be home every night with my family.
Wow. So you're going to move your entire farm? How big of an undertaking is that?
It's pretty big. It's going to be multiple trips, I'm sure. And, we're just looking at property. So we're literally going to have to rebuild the farm from scratch. Fence everything, move the animals, build shelters, build everything pretty much, and, do it all over again. But we have a lot more knowledge now, so it's going to hopefully be a lot smoother.
And this is, I believe, Bam Bam Farm, right? Fam Bam Farm.
The Bam Fam Farm. Yeah.
Bam Fam Farm. Boy, I screwed that up.
Yeah.
It's incredible. You have your own Instagram page. I see. How many animals do you have on there?
A lot. Probably way too many to count. But we have chickens. We have probably 60 chickens. We have goats. We have probably 10 to 15 of those. We had cattle. We actually sold our cattle off because of the move. We're looking to move to a smaller piece of property to start with, and then hopefully eventually move to a bigger piece of property. But just to get us out here right away, we're looking at a small piece of property. So we got rid of the cattle for now. Luckily, we just put a bunch of meat in the freezer, so that was good. Sold the rest of them, and then we just got pigs. So that's pretty awesome. They're really cool.
Yes, I see you hanging out with the pigs on the page. I mean, they look lovely. Now, are you selling anything are you growing things on the farm to sell, or is it just for your family's use?
So yeah, we, obviously we have enough to feed us and be as self-sufficient as possible. So we have meat, vegetables. We do soaps and stuff like that with the goat's milk.
Wow.
We get our goat's milk also. So, we try to sell the eggs. We sell off some things that when we have enough to sell. But most importantly, it's, we want to feed ourselves first and have ourselves set up first. And then if we have extra, then we are able to sell and share with family.
Did you grow up on a farm?
I did not. So I didn't grow up on a farm. I didn't grow up with livestock or anything like that. Either did my wife. My grandpa, when he lived with us, when I was younger, he lived in Colombia. He told me that he had a farm in Colombia. And I don't know why, but it must have just stuck in my head. Because as I got older, it's something I wanted more and more. I wanted to have my own farm. And then, having my wife and everything with me, she, talking to her about it, I was kind of going hardcore, off grid right away, oh, we're going to be completely off grid, solar panels, but pails of water, stuff like this. And, but then she kind of talked me into reeled me in, let's not just go completely off grid. And we decided we wanted to do a farm, have animals, raise our kids in a different lifestyle, and it's been amazing.
And how long have you had it for?
So it's been just about 5 years.
Wow.
Yeah. So I left the MMA lab, moved to Tennessee, bought property, and started building the farm. We bought a house and it had land, and so then we started fencing and setting it all up for animals, getting animals, and learning as we go, doing as much research as possible online, talking to local farmers and things like that. So we've learned a lot, and we're excited to start this new journey in North Carolina with all we know and continuing to learn. And it's been great. For me, for my wife, and my kids especially, it's an amazing lifestyle.
And so when you left the lab in Arizona and then you guys moved to Tennessee, where did you train?
So I trained a little bit at a gym called Shield Systems in Knoxville. And then I knew Jeff Jimmo in North Carolina at the gym Jimmo. And so I would travel out there. Actually, Scott Holtzman was trained there all the time and would bring Jeff to the lab occasionally when he was in his corner. So I knew I was going to train there for camps and stuff like that. They had, I really wanted to work with Jeff. And then also they had more of people my size. So I started traveling there for camps, and Jeff's amazing. I've been through, I've had fights with him, and then I've been through injuries. I had back surgery and then emergency surgery, and really I mean, I owe it all to Jeff as far as my career, you know, from that point on, coming to him and stuff, and the injuries, because he was able to change my whole training, to adapt my training, everything I do to be able to continue to perform, continue to compete. You know, something that I couldn't get at a big gym, something I couldn't get probably anywhere. You know, he set up my diet, set up my strength conditioning, my training, everything. If I was hurting doing one thing, he would automatically stop the whole practice and we change the whole deal, whole training session that we were doing. So, I mean, he was able to make the whole training sessions exactly what I needed to continue to be the best me. And, you know, now that I'm feeling healthier, you know, I feel like you're getting prime Bam Bam now.
So what's crazy about this is the last time we saw you was in March prior to this fight. And that's the fight that you have with Matt Brown. Tremendous fight. Won fight of the night as well. And afterwards, you revealed that it was the last fight in your contract. And you said that if they don't re-sign you, you're done. You're going to retire. So obviously they re-signed you. And then you get the biggest fight, biggest name, and you get the biggest win, I think. Like, this thing could have gone in a completely different direction. You'd be retired. You really think you would have walked away at that point if they would have said, you know what, thank you for everything, but, you know, we're going to go in a different direction? You would have been done at that point, coming off a win over Matt Brown?
Absolutely. Yeah. You know, I talked about it. You know, no one knew it was the last fight of my contract. You know, maybe some people who diehards pay attention to that or whatever, but I didn't tell anybody. I didn't, you know, just besides my wife. I didn't want the whole fight with Matt Brown to be about, oh, it's the last fight in his contract. Is he going to, you know, what is he going to do next? And is he, you know, how much is it going to make him push harder or whatever? I didn't want it to be that. I wanted it to be about fighting Matt Brown and going out there and putting on a performance and beating him. So, you know, I waited. And then after, you know, I talked about something that we've talked about, you know, and, my goal is to get to the UFC. You know, that was the goal. My goal was to get here, stay here as long as possible. Obviously, I want to go out on my terms, but I still want to fight. Like I said, I feel like I'm really hitting my stride and I'm getting to my best, and I still want to fight and put on shows. But I only want to do one person or one organization, and that's the UFC. And when that ends, then I'm done doing it. And I was okay with walking away. Thankfully, they re-signed me. You know, Dana White called me. We talked. We got worked out. They re-signed me. They gave me an opportunity. I asked for Robbie Lawler. I'm so thankful that they gave me the opportunity to fight him.
Wow.
He's a stud. I'm a huge fan of his. And, you know, here I am. And I'm ready to, you know, continue to win fights and continue to climb.
Wow. So Dana himself calls you, because that doesn't happen very often these days. He called you to tell you that they were going to re-sign you?
Yeah, after the Matt Brown fight, I was actually right after the fight. We left because we drove to Columbus. We left right after the fight, and we're heading home to the farm because, you know, I got to take care of the animals and everything. So headed home, and he FaceTimed me on the drive, and you know, he was like, "Yeah, you're not going anywhere. We're going to get this figured out." So we talked to him. He was a hell of a fight. Yeah, he was pumped up about the fight as well. So yeah, we got it worked out. Got paperwork sent over and everything, and here I am.
And you asked for Robbie Lawler, which is, I mean, you might as well shoot for the stars. Were you surprised when you actually got him?
Absolutely. You know, it's a fight I wanted. I love the way Robbie fights. You know, he brings every time, tries to take your head off. That's what excites me the most and what excited me about the fight. So when I asked for him, that was for the sole reason. It wasn't about him being former champ or whatever anybody's saying about his age or anything. I don't care about that. Like, he's dangerous as hell. A lot of people still aren't even asking for him. And, you know, so I wanted an exciting fight. I wanted to test myself against him because he's still very dangerous. And then when I actually got the fight, yeah, I was shocked. I was blown away. I was sitting in the car. My wife was walking out the store. I rolled down the window quick. I was like, "You're not going to believe this." And she's like, What? What's going on? I was like, "I got Robbie Lawler." And we just kind of both went like, "Oh, yes." Like, I can't believe it. And the fact that it was on International Fight Week was like a full circle moment because, you know, I met Robbie Lawler right before my very first amateur fight at International Fight Week, the very first International Fight Week thing they did.
Wow.
I went there, seen him there, met him, talked to him a little bit. He asked if I was fighting and stuff like that. And I told him, no, I was just about to have my first amateur fight. And then now, fast forward to come and meet him at International Fight Week, but this time it's in the octagon. I mean, it's full circle moment. And I had my wife in my corner. It was meant to be, you know, I had to have her there. As soon as I got the fight, I knew I wanted her in my corner because, you know, we met him the first time. Let's go meet him again together. This time at the Octagon.
Wow, what a story. So you were just like, you just walked up to him as a fan when you saw him the first time?
Yeah, so actually I saw him. It was me, my wife, and my dad. And I saw him, and he was kind of just like there staring around, you know, at a booth or whatever. And no one was really going up to him or anything like that. And then my dad happened to went up to him and was talking to him, and I went to do something else. When I came back, my dad was talking to him. So I walked up, and then he started talking to us. You know, my dad introduced us, like, oh, yeah, this is my son. And so we started talking. He's like, oh, you fight? And I was like, oh, not yet, but I'm, you know, about to do my first amateur fight. He's like, oh, cool. You know, was a nice guy, kind of, you know, quiet, but was super nice. And, you know, of course I knew who he was. You know, I was watching UFC at that time. And,
yeah.
You know, so I was a fan then, fan now.
That is unbelievable. At any moment in that fight, I mean, you're in there slugging it out with Robbie Lawler, and there's a moment where I'm like, I can't believe he's still standing after all these years, after all these punches. And I know you're locked in, so you're not watching it like we are, but like you're in there with a living legend, and you're getting the better of him. Are you thinking at all to yourself, like, holy crap, this is like a dream? Especially, I didn't know the backstory there of you meeting him 10 years ago. Do you have those moments, or are you so locked in at that point it could be anyone? It's like you're not looking at him as Robbie Lawler legend.
Yeah, I'm definitely not looking at him as like Robbie Lawler legend, but it's definitely like, you know, have those thoughts in my head like this is exactly what I thought it would be. Like, this is awesome. Like, he's trying to take my head. I'm like, I'm going to, you know, we're going after it. We're going to get it right now. We're throwing back and forth. So I was excited in the moment. Like, this is exactly what I thought it would be, exactly what I wanted. And, you know, to get the finish was huge, you know. He's like, told me he's only been finished 3 times, and I'm one of those 3. Like, I knew it was a small amount. I knew he'd be really tough because he is, and he's proven it. So to be one of those people to finish him was absolutely, you know, amazing, feather in the cap. But I was kind of, when I hit him with the elbow and rattled him a little bit, you know, I was like, oh, I'm going to kind of take my time here. But then I landed a couple clean hooks, and I saw his eyes kind of roll. And at that point, I was like, I can't let up now. This is the time to finish him. So luckily, I was able to put him away. I hope he's okay. Hopefully he made it home safely to his family and is doing all right. I'm still a fan, and it was an honor to fight him.
Did you say anything to him after the fight?
I said, man, it was an honor. I love you, man. I love you, man. This is thank you for the opportunity. It's an honor to fight you. You're a freaking beast. Like, that's pretty much all I said. He said, yeah, man, thank you. You know, good fight, good fight. And that was pretty much it. I wanted to talk to him more in the back. But when I went to go talk to him, they said he was already transferred to the hospital.
Okay. By the way, did you have a chance?
Sure.
I was just asking if you.
Yeah, I was able to exchange our.
Oh,
sorry.
I lost you. The connection is getting a little wonky, I think, because you're in the middle of the woods or something like that. But we're fighting through it, just like you fought through it with Robbie Lawler. Did you get a chance to tell him that you met him 10 years ago?
I did not know. So I don't know if he heard it in an interview or anything like that. I was really hoping to, you know, talk to him after and get to know him a little bit more. He seems like a really cool guy. Seems like he has a real good personality and everything. You know, he seems quiet, but he seems like a really cool guy. So I was hoping to talk to him more. I did not get the opportunity. So hopefully maybe sometime down the road we'll cross paths again.
You've been in the UFC for quite some time now. 2014, it's been quite the run. Of course, we all remember that huge win over Sage Northcutt at the time, which like seems crazy not to say like that was a massive win for you considering what you've done since and what he's done since. But at the time, it was gigantic. That being said, fair to say, biggest win of your career? Oh, we lost him. Maybe for the best. Hello. That's me. It's always weird when I pop up. We'll reconnect with Bryan Barberena in a moment. I have his lunchbox. Oh, is he there?
There we go. Hear me? I don't know what happened.
Oh, are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Oh, you're back.
Okay.
Oh, the connection's way better now. Maybe all we had to do was drop off.
Yeah.
I was
biggest
just
win of my career.
Yeah, even bigger.
Absolutely.
The Sage one was a pretty freaking big deal. You remember that? That was like a total hysteria. But considering who he is, this one probably means more, right?
This one definitely means more. The Sage one, it is what it is. There was just people who were, high on the Sage train and all the stuff going on with him at that time with the UFC and then pushing him. Robbie is definitely a way bigger win, especially for me. And the way he fights, he's an exciting fighter. We're very similar. I believe we're cut from the same kind of cloth. So I think fans, for everything he's done or whatever, but just mainly for his fighting style and who he is, this is definitely a way bigger win.
And so at this point, I saw you say in the post-fight interview, like you feel like you're ready to go on a run now. Like you feel like you're coming for these top dogs at 170. It's all coming together for you in your life and your training, your farm, everything. This is it. This is your moment.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I believe I'm hitting my stride. I feel like I'm the best I've ever been. I'm only going to continue to get better, continue to improve. I'm coming for those top guys. I'm coming for them. I've fought with a lot of them, and I put them up to a fight. Maybe I lost, but they definitely knew that they had a fight with me. So, I'm coming after those guys. There are definitely some people I'd like to fight. I'm definitely not searching for the rankings. Whatever, they'll come when they come. What I'm searching for is continue to win. I want to continue to win fights, put on performances. If I continue to do that, the rankings will come. I'll get a number by my name. Next thing you know, I'll be a title contender. And next thing you know, I'll be fighting for the title. So if I can continue to win fights, continue to put on performances, I'll get there pretty quickly.
All right, so last time you told Dana you wanted Robbie. Who are you asking for now?
Guys who are going to come to fight. I'm not to fight anybody. I'm not saying it just has to be a stand-up fight because this is MMA. But I want guys who are going to bring it. There's some names I got, that I'm interested in fighting. Some of them may be out of reach for now, but there's definitely names on the table that I want to fight. Nico Price. I'd like Vicente Luque, maybe a rematch with Vicente would be awesome. Gilbert Burns would be great. Oh yeah, Ponzinibbio. My coach actually reached out to Ponzinibbio. He was working the table right there doing UFC Espanol. He reached out to him and said, "Hey, let's set it up. I'm down for that." He's a legend himself for the Latin America,
right?
So that's a pretty cool fight. I say let's do it. I'd love to. If it's another Latin fighter, let's go do it in Colombia. Let's go back to my country, my dad's country. Let's go there. Let's headline an event in Colombia. I believe it'd probably be the first event there. Let's do it. I'll pack that stadium.
By the way, what's Bam Bam's Summer Slugfest 22?
Oh, that's the shirt, the fight. Bam Bam Summer Slugfest. We just fought in summer. It was a slugfest. This is the shirt. This is the shirt for the event. 22.
I love it.
Summer of 22 is a slugfest going on.
Can people buy that?
Absolutely. Yeah, you can buy the shirt at bryanbarberena.com.
Man, look at you with the merch. Can people buy the lunchbox too?
Lunchboxes are all sold out. Yeah, I did a re-up on the lunchboxes. Has a little bit different design than that one, and they sold out pretty quickly.
All right. Well, I'm proud of mine. I'm not giving it away. I'm not even though the beard is a lot different. Your whole look is different in this picture here. But I like what you got going on here. You got the farm. You're living a great family life. You got the kids out there, and your wife was in your corner. Was that the first time she was in your corner?
This is the first time she's walked to the octagon with me. So normally she's been in my corner a few times overseas when I've traveled for fights and stuff. But normally she just sits in the back and watches on the TV in the back. This time I told her like she has to be in my corner. Like I really want her there. It made sense. It was just perfect with the whole thing of us going to meet Robbie the first time. I wanted her to be there, and it being the biggest fight of my career, like. I have to have my wife there with me. She's with me there in all the big moments of my life, all the low moments, high moments. So she's always there. She had to be there for the biggest fight of my career so far. And it was great having her in there, having her in my corner, having her all fight week. Normally she comes in late with the kids and they're there. But it was nice to have her there all week with me.
By the way, what was her role in the corner? Like, was she striking coach? Like, what was she doing?
Yeah, she was going to be the third round hype talk up. Nice. Tell me what I need to hear, smack me if I need it, wake me up kind of thing. Like, this is it. But yeah, thankfully we didn't get to that point. Otherwise, she said, I thought for sure she was going to be yelling at me to put my effing hands up and all this stuff. But she said she had to bite her lip and wasn't going to. She was mic'd up too. My coach made her get mic'd up. So
that is great. Well, luckily for you guys, it wasn't necessary. So you'll have to have her back in there in the future. Congrats, man. Very happy for you. Congrats on the new contract. And then congrats on this massive win. The old school fans obviously have been watching you for a long time, and it's great to see everything come together for you now at this point in your life. So well done. Keep it up. Looking forward to the next one. And thanks for doing this while you're on vacation. I really appreciate it as well. And good luck with the move as well.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate you having me on. Pleasure. And, man, look forward to putting on more performances for you guys.
All right. Talk to you soon, Bryan. All the best to you guys.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
There he is, Bryan Barberena. We got the lunchbox right there. That thing has followed me around. I think it was, man, was it around the time of that Sage fight that we got it? Sage fight was back in, what was it? 2016. Yeah, remember? That was in Newark, January. Look at the people that he's fought back in the day. Robbie Lawler, Matt Brown, Darian Weeks, Jason Witt. Now we go back. Randy Brown, Vicente Luque, Jake Ellenberger, Leon Edwards, heard of him. Colby Covington, heard of him. Warley Alves, Sage Northcutt, Joe Ellenberger. That was his debut. Incredible. What a run and what a story. Now on 3 in a row and gets a fight of the night. 3 of his last 4, by the way, were deemed fight of the night. So how about that? I think the fight of the night on Saturday is going to be the main event. What a tremendous fight this is. Rafael dos Anjos versus Rafael Fiziev. The battle of the Rafaels. We were supposed to get it several months ago. Unfortunately, you'll recall on the show, RDA told us that it was off because unfortunately Fiziev had COVID. Now we're all good. We're getting the fight. And the man himself, Rafael Fiziev, kind enough to join us in Las Vegas for the fight week, big week for him. Hello, Rafael. How are you, my friend?
Hey, what's up? How are you?
Salam alaikum.
All good. Walaikum salam.
Nice to have you back on. That was a crazy time. Remember that? Back in February, we were all getting excited for your fight, and then we found out on my show, RDA said that you had COVID. How bad was it for you?
Oh, that's COVID is shit. But this is what it is, you know. I'm just coming to Vegas with business class. I make a haircut, take a COVID, and go back.
That's good. They're treating you well. I like that. But for you, what was worse? Like, obviously, physically, it sucked, but this was a big opportunity for you, right? I mean, this was your big step up. You were asking for the fight. Emotionally and everything, how hard was it to get over the fact that this opportunity had passed you by? And, you know, you never know if it was going to come back.
You know, this is my dream fight. Because fight in main event, fight with guy like Eddie, and this is why I'm here. You know, this show, first one is show to me. You know, I'm on good way in my job. I'm great. I'm feel like perfect. I'm more than happy.
Were you trying?
And yeah, when this fight is canceled, when I get the COVID, I feel like I'm lost. I feel like I'm fighting, I'm lost.
Wow.
This my feels, and I'm depressed, you know.
Yeah.
So bad.
How long did you were already in the States, right?
Yeah.
How long did you have to stay?
I'm coming here. I'm coming to US beginning of June.
Oh no, like back in February when you came for the fight. Like you flew all the way, right? And then you had to stay, and then you flew back home. No fight.
Yeah, when I get the COVID, I sit in on quarantine like 2 weeks.
Oh,
it's
God.
like bad. Man.
All right, but now you're all good, right? No issues?
Yeah, all good.
Okay.
All good.
I'm assuming you watched his fight against Moicano, right? He fought Moicano. What did you think of his performance?
When I watch this fight, like it's not surprise for me how it's fight going from Rafa, because I wait from him this same, like 80% wrestling and 20% stand up. When I see this in a fight with Maikana, but I waited. It's not surprise for me, and also. His game plan is for sure 100%. He don't want to stand up with me. He's just going to take me. He just go and find the way to take me down. That's his plan.
This is what you think he's going to do on Saturday. Do you think it's going to be a frustrating fight? What are you expecting?
Yeah. For me, yeah, of course. Of course, I don't like wrestle a lot, but I'm ready for this, and I know what he wants.
Why is this a dream fight for you?
Because it's main event. Because I fight with former champion. I fight with Rafa. He's a very famous. He's like a legend,
Mm-hmm.
He have more than 5-round fights. More than all my fights in my career in MMA.
Wow.
And that's why, for me, it's like a dream fight.
Is this happening? I know it was supposed to happen a few months ago, but sooner than you expected in the UFC? Did you think this, you've been in the UFC for what, 3 years, a little over 3 years. Did you think you'd be fighting guys like RDA this soon in your career?
Yeah. That's why I'm happy. That's why I'm here. I'm happy, and I see my work. I see what I do, because I'm fight now. Now I fight in main event and with Rafa. Yeah, this motivated me more.
Were you hoping that the fight would happen sooner? After cancel fight, I still hope maybe he fight with me again. Maybe he agreed to fight with me again. But when he agreed to fight, I'm really surprised, and I more respect him, because I agree for this fight second time, and after win Maikana, that's for me it's wow, this guy is tough. Yeah.
I respect him more.
Legend. So you didn't think he would say yes?
Yeah, I think.
You thought he would move on?
Yeah, I think he don't want to fight with me, and
right.
going to fight with somebody. So.
Now, yesterday, we're looking through Twitter, and all of a sudden, I see Conor McGregor tweeting about your videos, you doing the Matrix and everything like that. And then now there's a whole back and forth between you and Conor. And it seems like you took it as a disrespectful comment, and now you invited him to train. Why did you? Because I have to admit, Rafael, I didn't view it as disrespectful, but I'm not you. So could you explain why you maybe took it the wrong way?
No. I'm not feel like disrespectful. And I'm also I'm talk with him with respect. I'm always talk about him with respect. This guy make a lot to this, to MMA, to this industry, and this guy is big name, and I always respect him. But I don't know why he don't like my lean back. He always talk about it. He started to talk about it before fight with Maikana, and I'm not. I'm respect him, and I'm really invite him to the gym, to Tiger Muay Thai. So we show him how need to kick, how we will show him good training, and yeah.
So he was I guess retweeting it and said, "This is awesome. Change the roundhouse to an axe kick, roundhouse into an axe kick, and this defense eats the full of the heel. I'm telling you, if the reaction to a high kick is this, implement the axe." You disagree with the axe kick recommendation?
Bro, oh, you see movie Interstellar?
No.
Of course you see.
Yeah, no, maybe.
Oh, you don't see?
No, I didn't see it.
Interstellar, bro. It's like fantasy movie, like, but it's not real. Like they go into another planet, all this stuff. This is fantasy world, bro. This is when I make lean back. This is my reaction for high kick.
Yeah.
If he make X kick, I make different reaction. My lean back, it's only for this reaction only for high kick. I never make lean back when somebody make for me X kick. And you cannot change. How you start a high kick and halfway you want to change to X kick. How you do that? Like, bro, this is crazy. That's why, like, I mean, like, hey, man, what do you talk about? Because you can't change your high kick for X kick or halfway. And yeah, and also, of course, if you the change in the halfway, you change for X kick. You need like 2 meter tall your legs. You know, like how tall legs you need, like make it and touch my face.
Have you tried it? Have you tried the axe kick?
Me?
Yes.
I never tried.
Why not? I mean, in training today when you're working out, why don't you just try? Maybe he's onto something.
Yeah, in training sometimes. Yeah, sometimes in training, of course, I'm looking, but in the fight, never.
No, I feel like on Saturday you're gonna pull it out just to see.
Maybe try.
That would be incredible. You wrote back, Conner, I invite you to Tiger Muay Thai where we can show you how to kick and defend kicks properly so you can stop living in fantasy world where you think it's possible to land an axe kick in this situation. Now you guys are debating axe kicks and all this stuff.
Yeah, man, it's just facts. It's always respect. It's not disrespect, you know. It's all I talk with him always respect. I really invite him. And I really like, I really know this is very good. This is very good experience for him if he comes to Tiger Muay Thai.
Yes, he said, Fantasy World is thinking that this major defensive habit you have developed is impenetrable. It is very much so penetrable. Penetrable, yes. Habits are opportunities to set traps. Good luck to you. But he did say that he would go to Tiger Muay Thai. So I feel like that's promising. I feel like there's a nice ending here.
Yeah, I see his truth. And yeah, we wait him. If he come into gym, that's nice. Yeah, what I can say now.
It's nice.
Maybe he see me like opponent. That's why he started talking about my lean back like long time ago.
By the way, you kind of look alike, like with the beard and like I feel like this could be a fight that could happen. Two great strikers. I would love to see it.
Oh, but you know, if I win RDA, this fight not happen. But if I lost RDA, I need only lost RDA for fight with McGregor.
Why? I feel like RDA win gets you to McGregor, no?
I think no.
You think he wouldn't want it?
What?
You think
yeah, no, I don't know about it.
Okay. By the way, on a different note, you posted something where you were like in a video game or like on Instagram. Are you in a video game? What is that? It like look like your whole body digital. What is that?
Yeah, it's Mazuri game fight. It's like crypto game. You can fight in this game and make money from crypto.
Wow. So they can play as you.
Yes, guys, I invite you all you for this game. It's coming soon. It's just this game is coming soon. It's a good game, fight game, and inside have racing fights in a like GTA.
Yeah.
It's like GTA, big world, but you can fight inside and make money, make real money from racing and fight.
Do you eventually want to be in movies and stuff? Because I see you sometimes reciting lines from movies. You have a very you have a very good look. Like I feel like you could be a villain in a movie or something, in an action movie with the lean backs and everything. Is this something you'd like to do?
Of course, I'm more than happy to make it sometime, but it's not easy. But I'm more than happy for this. It's some new experience for me. Like I'm not lost my health. It's not like fights. It's not like fight. It's like just going and work with your brain. It's more easy make money like that. I will see what happens.
We need to get Sayat and Danny on this. We need to start getting some auditions. Your managers.
My managers, his job.
I saw also a picture of you from you posted from 2009. You look completely different without the beard and your hair is different. I would never expect that this guy that you posted the picture of was you. The hair is different. Everything about you. You look like a young tourist just clubbing. You know this picture I'm talking about with your short hair, no beard?
Bro, I'm 14 years old.
But you look so...
What do you want? It's a 14 years old. I just have to fight and we go into some bar.
Wait, you fought?
Yeah, it's after fighting.
Wow.
Yeah, we're going with the team. We're going to some bar in Kyrgyzstan.
How young were you when you first fought? Your first fight, how old were you?
12.
12? How old was the opponent?
My first fight opponent was like around 18 or 19 years old.
Man. And what was it? Was it Muay Thai?
It's Muay Thai, yeah. It's a 48 kg.
And who won?
I won.
Were you nervous?
Of course. I want to take a shit, man. I'm taking a shit. This is my first fight. I'm taking a shit before fight.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Where was the fight? Kyrgyzstan?
Yeah.
And
Valentina refereeing this fight.
No way. Valentina Shevchenko?
Yeah, you never didn't hear about that?
No.
I always talk about it.
She was the referee?
In my first fight. Yeah, she was the referee.
Wow. Was she a good referee?
She's a good referee. She put his finger from my mouth when she tried to separate us.
Why?
I don't know why. because we fight like dogs, maybe. I remember she's finger in my mouth and she put like.
Oh my God, fish hook. That's crazy. Did she?
She have gloves, no problem.
I didn't, and she must have been super young too. If you were 12 years old.
Yeah.
And how many times did she ref your fights?
Just one time.
Just one time. Wow. And are you friends now? Are you still in contact with her?
Of course.
You ever train with her?
Yeah, of course, I'm trained with her many times, but now I'm in Thailand, she in America, like a long time.
Right.
Not trained together. But I spar with her many times, like when I'm 14 years old. I sparred with her first time when I'm 14 years old. She sparred hard.
And that fight when you were 12, what was the result? I mean, you said you won, but how did you win?
I won by decision.
Decision. Golly, 12 years old. So you've been fighting since you were 12. So now how old are you now? I could look this up, but
29.
29. Geez, Louise, 17 years? Are you tired of this?
Yeah.
Now it's finally coming together for you. Now you're only beginning. I feel like you're just starting.
No, I'm not tired from the fight. I'm not tired from the fight. It's now, before I'm tired. I tired when I fight, not for money. Now I fight for money. I fight, I make money. That's why I'm happy.
That's good. Yeah. So you beat RDA. There's not a lot of room between RDA and the top of the weight class. What do you think happens after that?
I don't know what happens after that, but I'm sure nobody wants to fight with me to stay in the top 5.
Right.
That's true. And that's why Sean Shelby, he made his job very nice, very good, and I believe him.
And what's your prediction? How does it finish on Saturday?
that's a big work for me because he like to pressure and he like to going forward. And me too, sometimes I'm stupid and then I try to go forward like a crazy dog.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, it's like this, but it's like two train going like that.
Golly. And you've never gone past the third round?
Never go what? No, it's my first 5 rounds. I fight only 5 rounds in Muay Thai, but it's like 5 rounds by 3 minutes.
Right.
But 5 and 5, yeah. First time. We'll see. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready from Iron Shape now.
I love it. All right. Well, I wish you the best, Rafael. Thank you so much for the time. Great to talk to you. Good luck. I can't wait. Very excited about this fight, and I'm very happy that they booked it again. I thought this was a tremendous matchup, so I wish you the best. Good luck out there.
Thank you, man. Thank you so much.
All right. Salam alaikum, my brother.
Wa alaikum salam.
All right. Alhamdulillah. Inshallah, he gets the victory, and everything works out well for our good friend Rafael Fiziev. But of course, RDA, legend of the game. What a great ambassador to the sport, and what a run Mr. Fiziev has been on, beating the likes of Brad Riddell, Bobby Green, Renato Moicano, Mark Giacchese, Alex White. Stumbled in his debut against Magomed Mustafayev, but that was back in April of 2019 in Russia. It has been a long time since that fight. The Riddell spinning wheel kick was amazing. That was back in December. The Moicano KO was tremendous as well. What a great fight this is. And last I checked, and we shall get GC's official pick here in a minute. Yeah, RDA plus 170 dog. Fiziev minus 200. Dare I say.
What are you drinking there?
Fiziev in the prime of his career.
Wait for it.
Thank you. But RDA, no slouch as well. Coming off that very dominant win over Moicano. I have no idea why it was 5 rounds. He's won 2 in a row. Beat Paul Felder on short notice. I love that fight. Tremendous fight. So, in a matter of moments, we're going to get GC's official picks for this weekend's cards. I think it's just one card. We'll find out. And, of course, we have to answer your questions, so stay tuned for that. I hear there's some great questions this week on the nose. Moderator Lewis has sent me the questions, so stay tuned for that. Everyone's favorite segment of the week. But first, quick word from our good friends over at, DraftKings Sportsbook. Ooh. This is very trippy stuff.
You feeling all right?
I feel great. I feel like I'm in an altered state right now. I feel like I'm at a rave in Dubai, smoking some hookah. I've never tried hookah before. Have you?
No.
Flavored ones, all kinds of ones. In any event, as you know, Frank, the action never ends at DraftKings Sportsbook, especially this summer, with tons of ways to bet on all your favorite sports. You can fuel your fandom and feel the heat of the season like never before. Plus, right now, DraftKings Sportsbook is giving new customers a risk-free bet up to $1,000. How about that? That's right. Make your first bet up to $1,000, and if it doesn't win, you'll get another shot to cash in. You can throw down on all the major action for baseball, golf, MMA, and more. Plus, with same-game parlays, spreads, money lines, over-unders, and props, your betting options feel endless. Best of all, DraftKings is safe, secure, and reliable. You can deposit and withdraw your cash whenever you want. We just found out GC was betting on the hot dog eating contest. Most random thing you're betting on this summer, GC. What do you got for us?
Sunday, Adelaide Crows, plus 145. Let's do it, right?
We fly as one?
We fly as one. Let's do it for your boys.
Wow. Who are we playing? Remind me again. I forget.
The Hawthorne Hawks.
The
Sounds like
Hawthorne.
from Stranger Things or something.
Yes. Formidable foe, no doubt about it. But so you're going with the dogs. Dog of the week, Adelaide Crows. We fly as one, AFL.
Is that your dog of the week? It is available on DraftKings Sportsbook right now, plus 145.
I'm in. I'll post the slips later. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use promo code TheMMAHour. Make your first deposit and get a risk-free bet up to $1,000. What happened to my music? That's promo code TheMMAHour only.
Stopped like that.
It just stopped? It felt abrupt.
That's how they ended the song.
Use promo code the MMA Hour only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Minimum age and eligibility restrictions apply. See show notes for details. Please support them because they support us. Here he is. There it is.
All right,
Wow.
you got to put yours on now too. I got a hat for you as well. A nice sash.
Oh, look at this. Joe's walking in. I had no idea. I get to play a part. Wow, this is a nice. What? Woo! Look at this. By the way, thank you, Joe. Appreciate it.
High quality hats.
This is a very high quality hat. Where'd you get it from?
Shout out to Party City City Gold member.
Please, 1 second. This is like when Overeem was on with the.
Yeah,
This is my
goodbye
birthday
Ferdy.
cake. Yes, goodbye Ferdy. Hello. Well, yes, goodbye Ferdy. Hello 40.
Yeah,
Kinda
there it
sad.
is. These 40 glasses are incredibly inefficient.
Wait a second. I can't hear you. What did you say about the glasses?
I said these 40 glasses are incredibly inefficient. I don't know if you could see, but
They
this
got
eye
to
is
sneak
completely
in.
blocked.
No, I think it's great. You can't see. It's kind of like, it looks like a weird lazy eye thing because it's just protruding. Wait, this says 40 looks good on me. Please stand by. Of course, the big 4-0 on.
Yeah, let's get that on you.
On Friday. Probably should have put this.
Yeah,
on
for those
first.
that don't know, probably should have prefaced that.
Yeah, that's okay. Here it is. How does it look? Can we get a shot of the single right here? Well,
wow.
Maybe I'll put it up here so you can see it. 40 looks good on me. I hope that we get a really serious question on the nose because I'll answer all the questions wearing this.
I'm hoping that you do. I spent big bucks on this.
By the way,
I like your approach. I'm actually going to switch to that approach.
Yeah, you're going forward. No, you got to go back. I learned this from Overeem when he was in studio back in 2010. He put the hat in the front, party in the back, business in the back. This is one of the highest. I might reuse this for all my kids' birthday parties.
Oh, you have to.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I was gonna say take it home for your wife, but I think I'm gonna keep this.
Yeah, that's
for
high
my
quality. That's high quality. I mean, that's probably $5 per hat. Like usually you get $5 for like 12.
You're underestimating it.
Hey, who's your hat guy?
Wow, $10, $12, $9
a hat.
Yeah, this is. I mean, this gesture means a lot. By the way, being showered with gifts today. Corporate Alex got me this Westphalia.
Yeah, huge shout out.
Look at that. I mean, it's just sitting there. I'm going to get this person.
In the yellow, too. The yellow that you love so much.
Love the yellow. I mean, this is it right here. You got me this. I didn't see Frank's gift, but I heard it's coming.
Here.
Okay.
Yeah, I did hear that was on the way. It is coming at some point.
That's very kind of you. Thank you. Thank you for I didn't think you'd remembered. By the way, any truth to the rumor that Corporate Alex gave me the Westphalia and then you ran to Party City because you forgot it was my birthday as well?
Sounds very accurate.
No, there's no truth. There's not a Party City close enough. Trust me.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. We've had a good run. We celebrated a little bit this past week in Vegas, had the big reunion in Montreal. I kind of feel like the birthday's over. I've had so many celebrations. Small ones,
just
though.
Beginning. Yeah,
People
it's
keep
only just
asking me,
beginning.
you having a big party on Friday, big party? I'm like, nah, just small, I like small little gatherings as opposed to one big
You're not going to
shindig.
get the big sign, Lordy Lordy, Ariel's 40.
No, I'm not that kind of guy. Small stuff.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that.
It's a little much. But yes, these are my final hours as a 30-something-year-old. And
How's
you're
it
just
feel?
starting your 30s, right?
Yeah, I'm not even there yet.
You're not even there yet. When's your birthday again?
July as well.
Yes, that's right. Let me see if it's in my calendar here because it's gonna.
That's a 0% chance.
Well, because I didn't know you. Not fair.
I know. Yeah.
When is it?
It's coming up in July.
Why can't you tell us, Frank? Do you know when's his birthday?
It's July.
Golly,
Yeah, he knows it. It's the 16th.
16th. Great birthday.
Yeah. Great birthday.
Oh yes, of course. You talked about this Long Island. Golly,
Yes, Long Island.
boy, did I screw this up. Party at Eric's house.
We were supposed to have a party at Eric's house.
Canceled?
But, I mean, the card starts at 11 a.m.
Yeah. So what?
They keep moving it up and up. I guess we'll do post game at Eric's.
Oh, you could. I mean, you Americans, you guys start drinking at like 4:00 in the morning for a football game. You've definitely had some sort of shindig, but I guess it will end relatively early as well.
Yeah, it'll end early. Plus UBS.
Aren't you
They charge
American
$18
now?
a beer, so
$18 a beer.
yeah, it's quite expensive.
Golly.
I don't know if I can do 6 hours of a UFC card.
This is your 30th birthday?
Nope.
29th.
29.
Jeez Louise, Frank, what is going on here? Frank, how old are
I
you?
didn't realize he was that young.
42?
I just turned 36.
Wow.
Yeah, we missed Frank's. That was Memorial
Oh, yeah,
Day.
Memorial
Did you
Day.
miss it though? I mean, it was a pretty explicit invite. to go to the movie.
Wow. Seems
What
like a lot of-
happened that I was like, obviously I can't go to the movies now? Oh, Rangers Game 7.
Yeah.
Chose hockey over Frank.
Long,
It's so good that they
long,
made it
rich
to the
history of
finals,
being
yeah.
a Ranger fan.
Yeah.
Well, this is great. I mean, I'm feeling the love. No music. I heard it's.
Yeah, I know. I actually blew that. I'm really just gonna be frank with you here. No pun intended. Too.
Yeah, I was
could
like,
be an invoice
I got.
for that.
For some reason in my head, I thought we had one more guest after. Fiziev.
Wow.
And then I put it together that we didn't. Running around with my, head cut off. We just barely got the poster up, if I'm being honest.
Can I also be honest?
Please.
Very interesting poster.
I like it. You said it looks like they're in hell. It's kind of
Well,
like
it's very sinister.
It's like 28 days later.
Yeah.
Type feel. I like it.
I don't mind it. I don't hate it.
Anything like I just like when they do different stuff.
Out of the ordinary. I wish they
Yes.
would get rid of the black box on top. The black box, like it's very formulaic in that sense. They're
Yeah,
big on the
I kind
brand.
of like that's clean. I
Oh,
kinda like
I'm cool with the clean, but does it always have to have the black box on the top? Listen, as long as they don't call it UFC Vegas, the graphic that's coming up here better not say UFC Vegas.
this is actually my big birthday surprise to you.
Wow. Well, without further ado,
Yeah.
let us see what we got.
It's actually UFC Apex 58.
Wow,
That's what, all
this
the
is-
graphics say. That's what I refer to on No Bets Barred podcast. I've completely dropped the Vegas. I
Thank
only
you.
call it Apex now.
My wife asked me what I wanted for my birthday today, and I said I was hoping to drop the UFC Vegas. And so you have delivered. Thank you so much.
Well, yes. I know. I figured I had made you a happy man. Yeah, let's
Let's
do
get
it. We
into
got a
it.
few picks. I'm going much lighter than last week. I've got I think 5 singles and a couple parlays. We're gonna have some fun with it too. A couple of darts we're throwing against the wall, see if they can hit. We'll start with Ricky Tercios though.
I don't mean to interrupt, but of
course,
course let me. First of all, UFC Apex sounds. I mean, it just looks good. It sounds good.
cooler, yes.
Want to let everyone know that if they want to go a little deeper. What is that? What was that? It's like a fire
It's a
drill.
building announcement.
I mean,
we really
golly.
might be having a fire drill right now.
Is it a fire drill? I'm staying here. I'm not leaving. I was just gonna go get my overnight oats. Is
yeah,
it
let's-
actually going on?
You get
False alarm.
false alarm. All right. Well, hopefully that stops.
Well, let the record show I wasn't leaving. Okay, I'm going down with the ship. That's how devoted I am to
that
this
just
program.
happened. That was wow.
I was going to give you a plug that if people want more. By the way, shout out to my Money in the Bank briefcase over there that I just subtly put.
I know
before
we
the
need
show.
some more lighting on that.
Yeah, it's not great, but I just kind of put it there. I was going to say, if people want to go deeper into these picks, where can they do so?
Yes, No Bets Barred.
Yeah.
You know where to find it. MMA Fighting Feed. Get deeper into it. This
Is it
kind of
up
a
now?
Quick blurb.
Right now, is it up?
It will be up tonight.
Okay.
Quick
There it is.
blurb. We get much deeper on the show. Have a little bit more fun. Last week, great episode.
NYR.
Yeah, I mean, New York Rick was fantastic. We built a parlay live on the show, plus 141. It ended up cashing with relative ease. I mean, no better place to do it.
All right.
All right, let's get back to it.
Sorry.
I have a few notes here written down. I'm going to work through these. I'm not taking the glasses off, so just bear with me on this reading. When I reference back to him, Ricky Tercios, we're taking him on the money line. Zahavi, I know he got a knockout last time out, but I don't think he's someone that can really rely on the power. I don't think he's going to go to the wrestling or the grappling either. I think if anyone's liable for a takedown, it'd be Tercios, but I think this one is going to stay mostly standing. Tercios, he's got a reach advantage here. I think he's got a pace advantage. I think he's got a volume advantage, and I think that's what he's going to do. He's just going to put the pressure on him, outstrike him over the course of the 3 rounds, and win a unanimous decision.
2 thoughts, if I may.
Please.
This match. When I look at the picture and the matchup, it feels like I'm fighting Casey. Does it
I know,
not?
because
This feels like me fighting Casey.
I think he looks much more like you than Tercios looks like Casey.
This looks like Casey. If you see a picture of Casey circa like 2009 when I
Yeah.
first met him,
Right.
this feels like me 2022 me or 2020 me, whatever, going up against 2009 Casey.
I actually can't. I didn't see it until just now. Like, Zahavi looks a ridiculous amount like you.
Wait, this is the first. I always get it every time he fights.
Like, y'all's, yes. Like, if he, like, cut his hair shorter like you do, like y'all's hairline is almost identical. The facial features.
Thank you.
Wow.
And I don't know if you've seen the clips floating around of me doing a little boxing, but the apple
floating around, blowing up.
The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, quite a few people getting in the mix in those. Getting a comment from the great Dylan Dennis too.
Yeah, jealousy is an amazing thing.
Did you have a second note?
No, I think it was just that it was me. It looked like it was me versus Casey, circa 2009.
I thought you said 2 notes, but
did I have 2 notes?
No, I think I'm going crazy.
Well, it's just, by the way, great to see Tercio's back.
Yeah,
it's been a long time.
Should be fun.
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep it rolling. Malarkey Johnson. I'm going to take this one under 2.5. I think just both these guys' styles just set up for a brawl in which someone is going to get finished. Malarkey likes to make it dirty. Johnson obviously has that knockout power. Malarkey has only won by decision 1 time in his entire career. Johnson, 7 of his last 11 have not gone to a decision. I just think once they get in there, they're gonna start swinging. It's gonna turn into a brawl, and I think someone's gonna get put out.
Are you making an actual bet on this one? Can I just add something? Plus 195 for Johnson?
Yeah, a lot of people like him as a dog this week.
I mean, I have my eye on him.
I mean, he always looks great until he doesn't.
Yeah, I guess that's a good way of putting it. Also, Zahabi plus 160. Don't hate it.
Wow. Thank you.
A lot of juicy ones.
Yeah, I do think, I mean, this is a tough card to call, dude. There's a lot of 50-50 fights. All right, next up. This is going to be a fun one. Hopefully we can cash it. Some people might call me a madman. Jared Vanderaa by submission. Played it at plus 550. Our beautiful friends at DraftKings made it available. I played it again at plus 700. Obviously, I'm going very light on this.
Wait, 2 bets? Same result?
Same result, yeah. I mean, it was too juicy. Our friends at DraftKings said, there's no way this guy's going to do it. They made it plus 700. I mean, I only have 0.3 units involved. So my thinking on this, there was a clip going viral. A few people have referenced it on, MMA betting Twitter. Jared Vanderaa, he got submitted by Alexei Oleinik. Then afterwards, he's learning the neck crank backstage from Oleinik. But then I went back and watched that fight. Vanderaa had his back. He had the hooks in. He was going for some rear naked chokes. He threw up a triangle at one point. He is a BJJ black belt. I think he wants to put, he respects the game of mixed martial arts. I think he wants to put it on his resume that he had got a submission in the UFC. And who better to do it against than Chase Sherman? His last 2 fights submitted in the first round. I mean, if he can take him to the ground, I think he can take his back and get a submission. This is obviously not a high likelihood play. I'm either going to look crazy or I'm going to look like a genius come Saturday. But this card, it's a little bit tougher to call. I'm going light. We might as well have a little fun with it.
By the way, have you seen Interstellar?
I have seen Interstellar. That's the, Frank died laughing. It's actually my favorite movie ever.
What?
And Frank hates it.
Number 1?
Number 1. I love it. McConaughey.
He's like, he's like, have you seen it? Of course you've seen it. Not only
it's a phenomenal movie. I have it on Blu-ray. I'll bring it in. You can borrow it. That's another birthday present.
Well, I wish I had a Blu-ray player. Not only have I not seen it, I don't think I've ever heard of it.
Yes.
When did this come out?
2013.
You're not missing anything.
2014. Hans Zimmer soundtrack, all-time soundtrack. Matthew McConaughey.
And did you understand what the connection he was trying to make?
I mean, it's a sci-fi movie. It's fake. Frank likes to believe that it's real and it's not, an accurate adaptation.
Out of all the fantasy movies, that's the best one to bring up.
I mean, it's such a good movie. It's such a good movie.
Wow. Okay.
I'll give you the Blu-ray. You can watch it in 5-minute increments and, get it back to
you
still won't be done.
On my life, I have still not finished Hustle. I don't even know if I've crossed the hour mark, and I was on a trip. Like, you would think I could sneak it in here or there. And I'm still watching it almost every night, believe it or not. It's like 2-minute installments at this point. It's a great movie. Have you seen it?
No, not yet.
I'm watching it like it's a series, like how people watch Stranger Things. I'm watching
movie
this
in 5-minute increments just sounds awful to me. I got 2 episodes left on The Sopranos.
You know what the problem is? I keep going like 1 or 2 minutes back to remind myself. Usually falls asleep.
Right.
So I'm only really,
progressing 3 minutes forward each time.
Yes.
All right. Next up. Cal Borralho.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Not bad at all. Took him last week. I'm sure, people are going to come at me. His line has gotten juiced up a little bit. I took him last week. I think he's the real deal. Last time out, he took Godzi Zo. I think he's just the well-roundedness is what he's going to be able to rely on here. I think he's close to Arman in the stand-up game, and then I think if it hits the ground, which I think it's going to because Petrosian has been taken down, I believe, in every one of his UFC fights. I just think Cal has such the advantage there that he's going to be able to get it done. I think he has more avenues to victory, and if he can avoid the power of Petrosian, I think he gets this one done.
All right. Now
I feel bad doing it, especially after he was just on the show. I got talked into it last night on the podcast. Rafael dos Anjos, plus 180. Money
Wow. Wait a second. Can you call back or just wait a minute? EK will tag him real quick.
Yeah, please don't do that. Fiziev, I like him as a fighter. 93 baby, speaking of birthdays, the same year as me. Yeah, he's doing much better than I am. I'm just throwing a half unit on RDA. I don't think he's done yet. He's got the proven 5-round cardio. I think he, can hang with Fiziev on the feet. I think he also might mix in some takedowns. I think it's going to be a close fight. I think it's going to be a fight that's going to go to a decision. And of late, main events, when I play the favorites, I have not found much success, especially in these close decisions. So why not in a fight that I think is going to be close, be holding an underdog ticket?
It's a tough one to call.
That's what I think too. I think it's very close. I actually am not convinced that Fiziev should be like minus 210. I feel like it should be closer.
Man, I mean, I'll put it this way. I'll put it this way. Very strong underdog play.
I think so too.
Fiziev had never fought in a main event. He's fought some tough guys. No one quite at the stature of RDA. RDA seems to be aging like fine wine. Looked very good in his last fight. I know Moicano took it on super short notice. I know Felder. The thing is, his last two performances were pretty strong, but both guys took the fights on a week's notice.
Yeah. I mean, if Fiziev comes out and just styles on him, lesson learned by me. I am keeping it light. That's the biggest thing. So no harm, no foul if I lose. So there's the recap. We got 5 singles. Vandera by sub, the miracle maker there if it happens. Fingers crossed. A quick parlay for you. Saeed Nurmagomedov. I thought I might have an underdog play on DSA. I went back and watched the tape. I mean, Saeed, he's obviously not the normal Nurmagomedov. He's not coming in to wrestle. He's coming in to work on you on the feet, and I think he's just too fast. I think he can dodge the power. Morozov last time out against DSA, I thought he found so much success in the first round. Of course, he got caught, but I think Saeed's going to be able to avoid that power. And then I just mentioned that I think that main event's going to go long, so I took the over 2.5, parlayed it up. Pays out at minus 118. And then we got an air fryer on the show. Usually I wait on these, but I did it live on the podcast last night. Just 2 short legs for you. Tresean Gore inside the distance. Kennedy Nzechukwu inside the distance.
Close enough.
Feel like these numbers, I could just be totally wrong. I just feel like the inside the distance numbers for these guys are pretty high for having knockout power, and that pays out at plus 1156.
Dang. And that's air fryer even though it's 2 legs?
Yeah. I mean, it's all about what it pays out at.
Yeah. What's the cutoff? 1,000?
I try to make it more than 1,000, yeah.
Okay. I love my air fryer, by the way. Still use it.
Love it. I mean,
shout out to Kasori, #1 on Amazon.
Pound for pound, air fryer king.
Yeah. Some might say the guy who plugs it is #1 pound for pound as well.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah, do you think... Oh, I thought you were saying that they were the air fryer pound for pound king and he was the pound for pound fighter. Yeah. Very big hit in the household, like pizza pockets.
Oh, yeah. God, yeah. Get nice and crispy, nice and hot on the inside.
Yeah. It's tremendous.
Taquitos are great in the air fryer.
Taquitos. Oh, like mini tacos. Yep. No, mini empanadas.
They're like rolled.
Yeah. I thought you were talking about
keep trying.
I thought you were talking about the pride of Australian delights.
Oh, Takis.
Takis.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is correct.
I was like, what? You're gonna put that in your freaking air fryer?
Yeah.
Imagine that. Make them hot, super crispy.
No. Why would anyone do that?
You ever have Takis, Frank?
Yeah.
When I went to
you
Sydney,
had them in an air fryer.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
It's one of the great meals that I've ever had. When I went to Sydney, it was like the #1 thing that we had there.
Wow.
I'll have to go sometime.
Yeah.
In any event, what else we got?
some big hitters actually. I didn't hit them on Monday.
You didn't? Yeah.
Yeah.
You stonewalled me.
Yeah, I know. It takes a while to collect them. I was busy with the hot dog eating contest.
Sure.
A lot of people sent them in. Let's run through them real quick. Parlay Powerhouse, 10 legs plus 7,100 turns $10 into $725. I just can't imagine sweating out a 10-leg parlay. It was supposed to be 11. He had Pedro Munhoz, guest on the show just a few minutes ago, but obviously that was a known contest. Back-to-back weeks, our friend Prop Sniper makes it 2 weeks in a row. He went directly against our girl JRC. He takes Storley Orenko by submission in round 1, plus 3,300, turns $60 into over $2,000. And then last but not least, Anthony Chapillo. This guy has been hounding to get on the show forever. He's been dying. He had a very great week. We're making dreams come true here. Plus 1,500, 6-leg parlay, plus 512, 9-leg parlay. I mean, he's just winning thousands. He's betting way more than me. So shout out to Anthony. And then join the DraftKings League.
Yeah. How many?
We're going for 200 this week.
Okay. Last week 250?
Yeah, I don't know if we got the video in time. But I did shout out. I think it was Rufus that won.
What do you mean the video?
I made a video, but I added it late. You know, I got it mixed up with Fiziev. You know.
I don't know what you're talking about right now.
You know where I do the video and the curtains come.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think we're efforting it right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to wait for it, or I mean, we can hang out.
I'm thinking it's coming in the next 15, 20 seconds. What do you think?
What do I think?
Birthday plans? What's happening Friday?
Oh, okay. You're trying to kill some time.
Yeah, I'm really trying to stretch it here.
No, it's all good. I understand. These are the things that happen on live television or live streaming. Everything's good. Having a nice summer. You know, I haven't seen my boys in 8 days now. So
yeah, how you dealing with that?
Got a couple letters.
Camp.
Got a couple letters, which is a trip to open your mail and have a letter from your 8-year-old son there. Very funny to see.
How did he address you? Like he did?
Dada.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, and the 8-year-old, it was just like 4 lines. Good summer, miss you, have a good summer, nice friends, see you later. I was like, all right, cool, you know, no complaints. And then the older one wrote a much longer letter with more detail, told me what time it was, when he's going to take a shower, all this stuff. So it's great. It's still strange. It's a very quiet household, but you know, we're managing. I was away for a few days. That actually helped me because, you know, I wasn't in the mix at home. But I appreciate you asking. We're doing very well.
Of course.
We're coping.
When do they come back?
They come back July 24th, which is the day after London. We have to go pick them up again. So it's another 6-hour journey to pick them up after the London card. So we'll be doing that, but that will be very exciting to be reunited. My daughter's very lonely. She misses them. You know, you're around 2 other, you know, siblings, older brothers, a lot of activity.
Sure.
But, you know, everyone's doing well. The one issue that I have with the camp, I keep looking up, you know, on the website, there's photos of the kids that you have to like sift through 100 photos every day just to find one of your child. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. And apparently there's a lot of kids from the DC area that go to this camp. It's a lot of Nationals gear. It's a lot of, oh, there it is. Okay.
Wow.
I was just talking about my kid's camp, but it's okay. You can interrupt me. No problem.
Yeah.
It's,
there
who's
he is.
that? Oh, there he is.
Puntus.
Okay.
Shout out to him.
I hope he appreciates that he just interrupted me. Anyway, well, congrats to our Puntus. But a lot of Nationals
back
gear.
to what you were saying.
It's a lot of Nationals gear. Like, I don't need this, you know, like next
Direct
year.
slap in the face to you.
Yes, next year, if my kids go back to this camp, which I think they will, if all goes well, I'm going to just like flood them with Expos gear. And most of these kids who are wearing the Nationals gear probably don't even know who the Expos are, but we need to teach the youth a little bit about the history. Is it me or did the screen just like completely change colors?
Darker, yeah, it got darker.
What happened? Is that all because of what you just did? Because if so, so worth it.
Yeah,
what about the other camera? Is the other camera darker too? Like camera 1? Or can we not switch anymore? Oh.
Yeah, it does kind of look like they all got darker.
Yeah, I definitely got darker.
Is it our screens or?
Let's see. Ever since you played that video, everything changed.
Ever since.
Da-da-da. I'm looking.
It was a good video, by the way.
It was totally, I mean, it was
there we go.
so worth it. Oh,
There we go.
we're back. What happened?
It was, I think they're,
Oh, yeah. No problem. Oh,
That was the video.
So it was Conner.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, all right. Anything else?
That's
we got
it
some
from
questions
me,
to
man.
answer.
Questions, yeah. You got to get to it, and then you got to get to your birthday weekend.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, it's only Wednesday, but I do appreciate it. I'm going to keep this stuff on for the On the Nose segment. So thank you very much. Congrats to all the winners. Good luck with all your bets this weekend. Time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans.
We met a lot of people over the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen,
They say they love
moment
On the
has
Nose.
arrived to hear from the man himself,
Sometimes they go straight to it.
Ariel Helwani.
You know, and I'm like, wow,
Live
you
from the
eat
Fox
the show
Studios
crust
in
first?
beautiful
Wow,
New York
that is
City.
amazing.
It's On the Nose.
It's been
And
known
now,
to happen.
To answer your questions, get
Saw
on
Mike
your
Heck there,
seats
too.
and on your feet, because here he is, Ariel Helwani.
I mentioned Mike because, oh, look at that. Wow. His voice, of course, is the one who does this intro. Great stuff as always. Thank you very much. Without further ado, we do have breaking news right off the top. Jordan Childs leads us off. Hey, Ariel. Vegas looked like a blast, but we're glad to have you back for everyone's favorite segment of the week. Thank you. 2 quick questions. As a huge Dustin Poirier and Nate Diaz fan, I'm really invested in a potential fight between them, as you should be. But after seeing the Chandler interaction, it's really piqued my interest in seeing them scrap, as it would make a whole lot of sense for DP and Chandler at 55. Have you heard any update about a potential Diaz-Poirier fight at 170, or what is next for either if that fight doesn't come to fruition? Also, you shadowboxing with Nate at the sportsbook had me thinking, if you were a fighter, which weight class do you think you would be competing in? Have a great day to you and the whole MMA crew. Wow. 2 very good questions right off the top. No talks of Poirier Chandler. The hope is still Poirier Diaz. Things still moving. Hopefully by, I'll say this, hopefully by mid-September, the fight will have already happened. Now, does it happen August 20th? Does it happen September 10th? You know, TBD. But hopefully by mid-September, which would be September 15th, the fight happens. You feel me? Hopefully by mid-September, the fight happens. I did see the thing that was caught on camera by, I think, Gilbert Burns, but there's no talk at the moment for a DP Chandler fight. At some point, I'd love to see it. As I've been saying for a while now, there's heat between them. There's a story there. At some point, I'd love to see it, but as of right this moment, no talk. So hopefully mid-September. As for the question about the fighting, that is a good question. I mean, obviously, you don't fight at your walk-around weight. I'm going to say for the longest time, I was like 188. I was 188 for like 15 years. And then in 2005, 6, my then girlfriend, future wife, changed her diet, and I changed it too. And I lost a crap load of weight. Like I probably was weighing like 150, way too much. Then eventually gained it all back. Now I'm at like 200 or so. Maybe even a tick lower. I'll be doing some boxing. I don't know if you guys saw the gloves. You know, a little bit of this, a little of that. So I think 185 is probably fair. You know, tall, lanky, little Kevin Holland body, you know, that type of thing. So 85. For the record, not looking to compete or do any of that. You know, Nate just wanted to see them hands, you know? Who am I to deny him of that opportunity? Ryan, question about Volk and him being pound for pound number 1. Kamaru is amazing. However, if his second fight with Colby was fairly close, 248-47s, and Colby isn't on the list at all, shouldn't Volk, along with his strength of schedule, be considered number 1? I know this is MMA math, but that seems necessary in this discussion. Again, main point, Volk beat number 6 on pound for pound, 50-45. Kamaru was 248-47s with Colby the second time around. Now, I don't know if that's... Listen, to me, it's Usman, it's Volk. And by the way, unpopular opinion, Izzy to me is still in that conversation. Izzy should not be docked points in the pound for pound discussion because he lost at 205. In fact, I actually give him points. Do I give him full points because he didn't win? No, because he didn't win. But by going up, by daring to be great, as he put it, I actually give him points for that. It seems like most people are docking him points for that, which I don't necessarily agree with. Actually, I don't agree with, period. So to me, it's, if you want to tell me right now that you have Alex number 1, fine. If you want to tell me right now you have Usman number 1, fine. If you want to tell me right now you have Izzy number 2 and Volk number 3, or Izzy number 2 and Volk 1 and Usman 3, they're all correct answers. Afterwards, you could go with Oliveira, Ngannou, Figueiredo. You know, you could go in a million different directions. Yuri. If we want to go like, let's just do this real quick, just for fun. Alex Volkanovski. What's your top 3 right now, GC?
Those 3. I just don't know what order to put them in.
You don't have a specific order?
No.
Who's your number 1?
Kamaru. I'll keep Kamaru there. Recency bias ain't going to change it for me.
Yeah. So let's do Kamaru and Volk, because that seems to be who everyone is putting at 1 and 2. And by the way, I love the fact that Volk's finally getting the respect he deserves. Guys lost once. People dock him for that. He lost back in 2013 at welterweight against a guy named Corey Nelson. Shout out to AK Lee. Wrote a great feature on Corey Nelson. You can go check it out on MMAfighting.com. Hasn't lost since. Has won 22 fights in a row, including all of them in the UFC. If we go side by side right now, and I had the quote unquote hot take, which I don't think is a hot take, that Volk's resume, in my opinion, is better than Khabib's. Now everyone's like, Ariel's such a hater. Not being a hater. I'm just being unbiased. Like, it's okay to say that someone has a better resume. That's not being a hater. Just look at the facts. Compare the opponents. Just go through the opponents one by one. Volk's resume at this point is more extensive, and he has lasted longer than Khabib, especially more title defenses. Cannonier, oh no, sorry, I'm looking at, so Holloway, Colby, Zombie, Masvidal, Ortega, Burns, Holloway, Masvidal, Holloway, Colby, Woodley, Aldo, Mendez, RDA, Elkins, Maya, Emil Meck, Jeremy Kennedy, Shane Young, Sergio Moraes, Sean Strickland versus Mizuta Harat. Okay, I'm giving the nudge a little bit, and I think there's, let me see here, as far 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 defenses. 1, 2, 3, 4 defenses. I'm going Usman first. Again, this is going to upset everyone who says that I have a dominance MMA bias, which is the stupidest thing that I've ever heard. I'm still going to put Usman number 1. And I don't know if I'm ready to put Izzy down. Izzy, how many defenses? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as well. He's got 1 more defense. I don't think Izzy should be docked. Izzy Volk, to me, is 2-3. Interchangeable. I don't think Izzy should be docked. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter. But those are the 3 kings right now. There's no doubt about it. Why is there so, this is from Tyler, why is there so little information about UFC 279 in September? They're figuring it out. Sterling Dillashaw is one of the fights, obviously, that's being talked about as far as big fights are concerned. Potential Diaz, maybe August 20th, TBD. I've heard Atlanta. We talked about this last week, right? Tampa, I haven't really checked in since. We were very busy. But yeah. I mean, what is it? It's 2 months away, right? No, 3 months away. It's 2 months away. 2 months away. Yeah, I think we'll find out very soon. Next week, 2 weeks. El Cubano. Hola, Ariel. Hola, El Cubano. Hope you and the crew had a great 4th of July weekend. Thank you. It was wonderful. We did the show for all of you. This weekend's main event is the battle of the Rafael/Rafaels with RDA taking on Fiziev. RDA currently ranks 7th in the rankings, and Fiziev is ranked 10th. This is currently the only fight scheduled for any top 10 fighter in the lightweight division. Wow. My question this week is, when do you think we will see fights being announced for this lightweight division? Also, who would the winner of this week's main event most likely face in the division next? Viva Hilwani. Tremendous question, as always, from the great El Cubano. Great little nugget there. Only fight right now. All right, so we know that Charles most likely going to fight Islam. Charles Islam. I like to think that Poirier is going to fight Diaz. As of right this second, who the hell knows what's going to change. You got Dariush out there and Chandler's out there. Does Chandler wait for Conor to come back? Possible. Early 2023. Do you try to do Chandler versus Dariush? Don't hate it. Dariush got to fight someone. Maybe you do Gaethje versus Dariush. RDA wins. He's in the mix as well. 100%. You got Gamrot, who I said earlier I would love to see fight Jalin Turner. If Fiziev wins, I'd love to see him fight a Dariush. I'd love to see Fiziev versus Chandler too. That would be a sick fight. So yeah, a lot has to happen. But we know what's happening at the top. Charles versus Islam is the fight to make. It sounds like they're going to not punish Islam for, faking the funk on that RDA fight back in March, which is fine. I'm okay with it. I do feel bad for Dariush. I mean, there could be a case to be made where you just run it back between those two guys, but then who does Charles fight? And again, as I said on Monday, I don't want to see Volk fight Charles right now. Even though there aren't a ton of sexy options at 45, I like to see dominance. I want to see him stick at 145, continue to win there, successfully defend the title. It's just not a fight that I'm clamoring to see, especially with the title being vacant. If Fiziev wins, I'd love to see him fight Chandler. That would be awesome. But I think they might keep Chandler for Conor. It's all very much up in the air. RDA Conor, too. I mean, that's been talked about forever. David, hey, Ariel, one of the big winners from the International Fight Week card is Jalin Turner. Yes, do you see him fighting the winner of this coming Saturday main event between RDA and Fiziev? No. Too much of a gap there. As I said, Turner versus Gamrot is the one I would do. Bengal the Yeti. Shalom, Ariel. 2 questions this time in respect of the GOAT, Joey Chestnut. What's everyone's favorite non-traditional sport? And number 2, Charles keeps focusing on Conor. Is it only for the money or does he not want to fight Islam? I love the fact that Lewis, he gives me like a document with all the questions. He writes, for context, if needed, Joey Chestnut is a professional competitive eater with a picture of Joey Chestnut and a lot of hot dogs. Lewis, what do you think I am? You don't think I've heard of Joey Chestnut, American hero? I used to work with the MLE guys back in the day. I've hung out with the great Joey Chestnut. We're like practically good friends. But I appreciate that. Can never be too sure. In respect, okay, what's everyone's favorite non-traditional sport? Frank, why don't you go first? I feel like you have an obvious answer.
Non-traditional, I don't know. I can't think of anything. Maybe, I built robots in high school.
Wow.
And we
competed. You built robots in high school. Is that a sport, though?
Yeah, we were like on a robotics team.
But is that sport?
I mean, well, you tell me what defines it as a sport. We had to throw a ball into a goal, balance.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's a sport.
Wow.
All right, I didn't realize. I thought of like robotics is like you build robots and whoever.
Well, you have to they have to compete with other teams around the country.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Around the country, how'd you guys do?
We went to regionals the first year. We did it down in Orlando. It was a lot of fun. There's an organization called First Robotics by Dean Kamen that still exists. So.
By the way, is New York Rick joining us?
No.
Why?
I haven't asked.
He's like slacking me answers right now. He should be able to join. Isn't that like...
He can if he wants, yeah.
The hell? Doesn't he have like a whole fancy setup? The freaking guy is on the local news in Hawaii. You guys see that?
I missed that one.
That was so ridiculous.
By the way, I love Rob DeMello of KHON in Hawaii. And he's like, oh, let's... what did he say? He's like, Eric Jackman of MMA Fighting says Max Holloway's career. I was like, what is going on here? Guy gets a new microphone. All of a sudden, he's on the local news breaking it down.
In Honolulu.
Yes. He's big over there. He's got family over there.
All time.
Oh, he can't join us. I'm not sure if I could say why. He has some work going on in his house. This is what it's like in the burbs. What's your choice, GC?
Yeah, I don't know. What are we talking about non-traditional?
Well, his answer was the challenge is the best sport in the world, but it might be traditional in 2022.
That's New York, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Someone asked what the best 5 TV shows were of all time, and he said 5 different iterations.
Never seen an episode.
I don't even know what it is.
By the way, when I got to ESPN, the whole crew there, the whole ESPN MMA crew, were all hardcore challenge fans. And I bring along New York Rick, and now all of a sudden, I'm like, oh, are they going to like him? Are they going to give him? And they're all talking about all this crazy challenge stuff. Like, people watch MTV in 2022? I didn't even know it was still a thing.
I thought it was just Rob Dyrdek.
Yeah. What is that show called?
Ridiculousness.
Ridiculousness, yeah.
It takes up like 80% of their airtime.
I did like Robin Big back in the day. Remember that show?
Great show. Rest in peace to
Never
Big.
met him, yeah. Big MMA fan, by the way. I have met him.
Rob.
No.
Big.
Yeah, he used to go to Strikeforce events. Strikeforce was his thing, and he would always be at the Strikeforce events. Big Black, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, can I tell you mine?
Please.
I'm a big fan of birding.
That's a good
Yes.
I'd love to know more. I'd love to know more
birding.
about it.
Yeah, big fan. I haven't talked about it a lot, but I'm into the warblers and the wrens and the owls, of course. Big fan of birding.
I like the Tour de France. I feel like that's kind of
I feel like that's pretty
How do
traditional.
you guys feel about
bowling. Is bowling
yeah.
traditional?
I don't think it's too traditional.
What's his name? That guy, PWB or something. The dude who would do
Pete
like
Webb.
Pete Webb. Yeah.
Who do you think you are? I am.
Yeah. All right. There you have it. Charles keeps focusing on Conner. Is it only for the money, or does he not want to fight Islam? Yeah, it's for the money. Of course, it's for the money. He'd fight Islam, but like, we're talking about the biggest star in the history of the sport. Anyone would take that fight. Anyone who tells you they wouldn't take that fight is lying. Patrick, favorite segment of the week. 2 quick questions. Ariel, you mentioned on Monday's recap that you did run into RC. How'd that go? Yes, I did. And GC, what was your FOMO level all weekend while 3-Pac was running around rampant in Vegas, hobnobbing it up with the likes of Nathan Diaz? P.S. Ariel, how many times did you hit up Egg Slut? Believe it or not, not once. The line was so ridiculous. For those that don't know, Egg Slut is the best breakfast place in Vegas, but the line is always incredibly long. It's at the Cosmo. This time the line, usually it wraps around the whole thing. You got to wait there at least 45 minutes, but I got to tell you, it's worth it. This time it not only wrapped around, but it was like they had to break it up and then make the back end of the line somewhere else in the hotel because it was that damn long and I just could not justify it. However, it's hard to find, like there's so many people there, hard to find a place to eat. But old TST and I stumbled upon a spot all the way up top at the Cosmo on the roof next to the pool. The only issue was we had to sit outside, and I think it was like 120 degrees. I was wearing jeans and a long sleeve button down shirt, but I just rolled them up and we had a blast. One of those places where they made the guacamole for us on the spot. It was tremendous. Now, RC. Oh, wait, GC, your FOMO level. You have made the promise that next year, IFW, you are there.
100%.
Hell or high water.
10, my FOMO was 11, and it just slowly ramped up as the weekend went on. I was jealous that I wasn't going in the first place, and then all I'm hearing are these stories, and I met this person, I met that person. Oh, we were hanging out with Nate Diaz. Oh, we're going to the card. We're doing this. Yeah.
I know. I'm sorry.
I will be there. I'll be there next year.
First, we're hanging out with Anthony Smith, then I'm going to DC's after party there. I mean,
you got to meet Troy's dad.
Met DC's sister and brother, hanging out with them. Of course, for those that missed Monday's show, got the big shout out. So, it was a lot. There was a lot that happened. You would have been at the UFC X waiting in line to meet, Beneil Dariush, get a picture with him.
Yep. Sign some gloves.
Yeah,
fist pose, great pose.
Have you ever had Egg Slut? I know there's one in LA as well. Have you ever been to LA? Have you ever been to the West Coast of the United States?
Yes. Northern California.
Really? Why?
That's where my brother lives.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Dirty laundry.
Why, is that bad?
I don't know.
I'm telling you, but I'm like literally reciting my 10-year-old kid's letter from camp. Which part of NorCal?
San Francisco.
Why is that dirty laundry, by the way?
Oh,
is it?
Yeah, I've been there a bunch of times.
You guys are very secretive. I just lay it all out there. Whatever you want to know, I'm an open book. San Francisco is beautiful, by the way.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
Great place, great training out there. You can hang with the scrap pack. As for the other question, yes, I did run into RC. Not only did I run into him, I ran into him twice. How about that? First time was Friday. I was on the phone and I was walking in the casino area, and he was there, weirdly enough, with Anthony Smith. I guess the ESPN crew, they hang out. I like it. And we were walking. We were like 2 ships in the night, but we stopped. He stopped me. He's like, "Hey man, big fan, this, that." I'm like, I'm a big fan too. We're just, this is all, it's all content, bro. It's all content. He's like, yeah, cool. But I was on the phone, so I had to keep it moving. Next day at the Vidara Hotel lobby, see him again. This time he's on the phone. Guess what? Guess what happened? He hung up, which I think is like I think that's a 10-8 for me, because on Friday I didn't hang up. He did hang up, so I don't know. And then we started talking. Hey man, I don't want. He's like, it's all good. No hate. I don't have hate for the guy. He didn't do anything. He's trying to do his thing, and he's a freaking Super Bowl winning cornerback. Who the hell am I? And I don't think anyone. The one thing I will say, like, I don't like when any fan base is exclusive. Oh, what do you know about this? What do you know about that? What do you know about this? And MMA fans, combat sports fans, even boxing fans too, they could be very exclusive. Like, oh, what do you know about this? What do you know about that? What do you know about this? What do you know about that? Chill out, all right? Not everyone has to have a PhD just to talk about something. So, I say be kind, lay off. Everyone should be friends. And it was a nice conversation. And then he started asking me for my picks. And I was like, listen, man, I'll make picks. These are like stone cold locks. I can't just be giving them out for free. Sign up for my Patreon. And it was nice. He did say, like, I wasn't sure if you were messing around, real casual, this and that. I had to ask DC, I don't play that way. And I was like, guess what? I don't play that way either, So, it's just like one of them things. But overall, it was very nice. It was very pleasant. And I feel like we're in a good spot. Saw a lot of former colleagues. It was nice. Carmelo, do you know how many fights Max Holloway has left? I'm not trying to pull it's time for Bellator, but with Max Holloway's position now, I don't feel like there's much for him to do. Disagree. Now, in Bellator, they have Hawaii on lock. Wouldn't that be incredible to see Max fight in Hawaii regularly in their 45 division? Yeah, I mean, listen, he deserves to fight in Hawaii. He deserved to fight there 8 years ago, but I would not. Number one, I wouldn't advocate for him to go there because there's way bigger fight, like way massive fights for him. There's still the Conner fight out there. I mean, he's still a very big name. He lost to the number 2 or number 1 pound-for-pound fighter on the planet, so nothing to sneeze at. He's still young, 30, and I still feel like there's opportunities for him at 55 and 45. So yeah, the Hawaii thing is a bummer, but come on, he ain't leaving. Lewis, my man, good afternoon, Ariel. I offer you the hot tag for your 2 cents on the crumbling of Jake Paul versus Tommy Fury. No one's asking about it, and I get the sense you have something to say about it, so the floor is yours. What are the ramifications for Tommy Fury as a prize fighter going forward? As someone that is working the event, is it now less attractive for you as an opportunity? If Tommy Fury fumbled the bag prior to the first scheduled fight, this set of events is a disaster. Much love, and I wish you a happy birthday week, Lewis. What a mensch that Lewis is. So, the Tommy Fury fight is done, and I think Jake Paul announced that today. And what happened was they were supposed to fight back in December. Fury gets injured. They call upon Tyron Woodley, and Tyron saves the day as far as keeping the event intact. But let's be honest, it wasn't the fight that people wanted to see, and it definitely didn't perform like I think the Fury-Paul fight would have performed back in December. Then they wait some time, and now they book it for Madison Square Garden, of all places, in August, which I thought was a brilliant move because there's a big, British fan base here. Obviously, Jake is very popular. He's at the airport last week. When was it? The presser was supposed to be Wednesday, so he's at the airport on Tuesday. And he gets stopped. Now, no one has actually come out and said why he got stopped, but multiple reports out there suggest that it's because of his family's connection to Daniel Kinahan. Daniel Kinahan is a man who is wanted by the American government, and there's pretty much been, not I'm looking for a word here, not a bounty, but they're putting up a sum of money for any information on him, and anyone who has business ties to him has had trouble coming into the States. And Tommy, who said that he had been in the States 4 weeks prior, got in just fine. He was in California. This time got stopped. Now, a little different when you're announcing it to the world. They know you're coming. They can find out when your flight is, all this stuff. So it's a little different and leads me to wonder what this will mean for the likes of Tyson Fury, for the likes of Darren Till, and all the other fighters who have openly talked about their relationship with the Kinahan family. Now, that was a week ago. Since then, I was told, basically, they said they needed him to come to the embassy to basically do an interview about it. And Frank Warren, Tommy's promoter, told BT Sport yesterday that he had not been to the embassy. Now, tricky spot if in fact this is the story, because if they want you to go to the embassy to talk about your family's business dealings with someone who is wanted, then you're in a tough spot. Because what are you supposed to do? Of course, you want to take the fight, but you also, don't want to give up too much information. It's I feel for the guy. I really do, because by all accounts, he was never promoted or consulted, by Kinahan, but, family, who knows? He didn't like post for pictures or things like that I know of, but, it's still his brother, his father, etc. So tough spot. And eventually I think they realized that he wouldn't be able to come on. And now I see some people saying like, oh, Jake should have gone to the UK. Now, I would have loved to see it, but come on, guys, this ain't on Jake. I know it's very easy to rag on him. I know it's very easy to, how is this on Jake? They got MSG booked and he was ready to go to the press conference. He was ready to have the fight. This is now twice that the fight has fallen through for completely different reasons. But if I was Jake Paul and his team, at this point, you move on. The fight isn't big enough. And the matchup isn't big enough. The history isn't long enough to keep sticking. This isn't Khabib Tony, contrary to what people thought I was saying last week. But now it's fallen through twice, and you got to move on. And so there are reports out there that they are moving on. Now, at the time last week, I was hearing that the date was in jeopardy. You can't just slide in some random schmo. But now it sounds like the date is back on, and it sounds like we might get an announcement as soon as tomorrow. And it sounds like it's going to be a legit boxer. You cannot, if it is who I am hearing it is, and there are some reports out there that are accurate, golly, what are they going to say now about the guy? I can guarantee, it's crazy to me. The guy is 5-0. The first two fights were dismissed. Fine. All of your favorite boxers, every single one of them, we're not fighting the likes of Tyron Woodley. I don't care if Tyron Woodley has never had a pro boxing bout. We're not fighting the likes of Tyron Woodley experience-wise and toughness-wise, credibility-wise, resume-wise, in any type of fighting genre at 4-0, at 3-0. It wasn't happening. So again, you can discredit all you want, and I would be saying this, working on the broadcast, not working on the broadcast, and you could try to discredit my take on this. It's the truth. And they ain't at 5-0 fighting guys who are 12-1. 12-1 with this kind of resume. Now, is it Canelo, which it seems like people will only be happy if he fights Canelo or if he fights, someone of that stature. No, of course not. But he's this is a legit boxer. This is a legit, 100% pro boxer, around the same age. If he wins this one, it's going to get really interesting. Now, does it have the juice of him versus MMA? Does it have the juice for him versus the Furies? No, but I'm just as interested. The fighter that they're talking about is a better boxer than Tommy Fury. Is a tougher test. So it's unfortunate for Tommy Fury, but if I were them, I would move on, and maybe they meet sometime down the road. But I wouldn't revisit this one. You can't keep doing it. You can't. You got to move on. But it sounds like August 6th is still on. And you know what that means, Frank? Hit my music.
Wait,
breaking news. Your boy's still involved, contrary to what all the haters want. Ew, he doesn't know anything about boxing. Ew, he doesn't deserve to be there. Ew, what does he know about the sweet science? Yeah. I've forgotten more about the sweet science than any of you jabrones out there will ever know. How about that? Okay? Check yourself before you wreck yourself. McKinney, what's good, Ariel? Hope you had a great weekend in Sin City. I'm flying from Dublin tomorrow to the States for my holidays, and I'm currently in the process of packing as I listen to the show, which is interesting because it says that he sent this 4 hours ago, and unless he was predicting that he'd be packing right now. If he is packing right now, hello, don't forget your undies. My question today is this: what's the worst experience you've ever faced, either while at an airport or while on a flight? Wow. All the best from Derry, Ireland. Well, when I was younger, I mean, I've had some bad ones. When I was younger, we were on a flight that got really, really rocky. And I remember saying that I would give, like, I was probably in 4th grade. I was so shaken up by it. At first I said I would never fly again, which obviously didn't hold true. And then I said I was going to give to charity every day, like $1, $2. And I kept that up for a while. But, you know, you're a young kid. You're very nervous. I remember one time my dad getting into a big fight with someone at the airport, and then we had to actually like sit next to them on the plane, and that was super awkward. I remember one time, I mean, there's been so many trips that now they're all a blur. But one time I was flying back from OKC after doing hoop streams, Thunder Warriors, get to the airport, sit on the plane. Then they tell us, it was on a Sunday morning. We get to the airport. Now, the OKC airport, I feel like GC has been there. Have you been to OKC?
No.
It's one of the worst airports. I mean, it's like, what is this? And there's no direct flights to anywhere that you want to go. And so I'm sitting there and they're like, oh yeah, everyone has to get off. The plane is broken. I'm like, well, how am I going to get to Dallas and then get to New York? I have to do my show on Monday. Luckily, I found a flight. I got on it at the last minute, made it. I had to go to LaGuardia. It was like a whole mess of a situation, but it was very stressful because, you know, I have a show to do and a streak and I can't miss it. That was a bad one. I know I'm not really telling it and also my flight got canceled on the way there and I had to sleep in Detroit. That was a really annoying trip. All to do like 20 minutes, but it was cool. I got to be on the court. That was fun. Saw Steph Curry, KD in the back. How about that KD asking for a trade? Unbelievable. Going to the Raptors, incredible. Hugo, hey Ariel, do you know the reason why Figgy split from his manager? Cheers and go Vogue, pound for pound best. Oh, is the show over? No, we're still here. Figgy, I had been hearing that this was brewing for quite some time. And I'd been hearing that they were kind of drifting apart. It's a shame because they were a great duo. And I think that Walid, you know, did wonders for him in terms of building his persona and selling himself and promoting himself. And I just think that over time they started to drift apart and have differences. I think Figgy likes to rock the boat. Walid doesn't, especially with the UFC. So he's now with Vayner. And I know he kind of said it was like a Faber thing, but he's also with Lloyd Pearson, who's manager to so many fighters, Stipe and Ferguson and Weidman, Anthony Smith and Aljamain and Merab. The list goes on and on. So he's in a good spot. Vayner, of course, owned by Gary Vaynerchuk, his brother AJ. Abe, hey Ariel, great to hear how much you enjoyed the 276 fight week. It was tremendous. Still buzzing, dare I say. Quick one from me today. Fighters always say they don't want to be known for their chins or for being able to take damage. But last weekend we saw two guys who I believe have two of the toughest chins in the game, Holloway and Barberena. Past or present, who would you consider to have the top 5 best/toughest chins in UFC? Much love, your boy Abe. God, I hate these questions only because I feel like I'm going to forget. I mean, Don Fry. Tough chin. I mean, Diaz, both Diaz brothers. Just looking here. Is he? But I'm looking at the current guys. Anderson for the longest time. It's hard. How anyone have it? I mean, it's hard to just remember these off the top of my head. When you ask like these sort of subjective list questions. Francis. I think for the longest time people would have said DC. Derek Lewis, John Jones doesn't get enough credit for his chin. Probably up there. Fought a bunch of killers. Holloway, definitely. Josh, hey, Ariel and co. I'm having some issues with my girlfriend and her lack of interest with MMA. Each Sunday in Australia, I sit down and watch the UFC, much to her displeasure. She is really fed up. She even calls the UFC the soundtrack to her hangover, as Bruce Buffer's ring announcements rattle through our house on a Sunday morning. By the way, how much fun is it to watch UFC on a Sunday morning? I need some help on how to keep my partner on side, as I think I'm walking a fine line here. Wow, it's that bad? She has threatened to disconnect the TV cable on multiple occasions. Holy smokes, man. I mean, you got to... Okay, well, let me keep going here. I'm hoping to get GC, New York Rick, and Frank's takes on whether they are faced with the same issues and whether they have any handy tips for me. Peace, Josh. Now, I feel like Frank doesn't deal with this type of issue. Correct me if I'm wrong, Frank. I don't think that you're, watching UFC incessantly. I do feel like there's a way to combat this. I mean, I feel like you can make a deal with your girlfriend, like, hey, if the fights are on Sunday, like, I'll do whatever you want on Saturday or Friday. Like, you gotta figure it out. When I was living with my wife in a tiny apartment in New York, she would get annoyed that I would watch pro wrestling, and I will admit is part of the reason why I stopped watching, just because I didn't want to do. But I was also kind of getting bored of it as well, and more into MMA. The issue with MMA is it's on every week and it's like 7 hours long. If you're watching the prelims, it's a lot of time to invest on a Sunday. It might actually be better for Josh if the fights were on in the evening, because then he could just stay up and watch them. So I feel for you. It's a different thing that we're dealing with here. But I feel like if she loves you, like, she's gonna respect the fact that you love this. Like, you got to find a common ground. You make a deal. I'll do whatever you want on Saturday night. I'll do whatever you want on Saturday during the day, but just give me this 7-hour block of time. Like, I need, or 6 hour, or maybe, and by the way, maybe you compromise. Maybe you don't watch every card from top to bottom. Maybe you just watch a main card here, a prelim there. There's got to be compromise. That's what the relationship is all about. Let's see what New York Rick says. He says, my wife doesn't care at all, and it's how I make my money. Well, that's fair, different than this guy. For this guy, if she can't support what you love, find somebody who does. Cut her ass loose. Golly, New York Rick. Cut her ass loose. That's a direct quote. I mean, I was trying to be a little nicer about it. But yeah, if she doesn't support what you like, I mean, this is going to become a problem. What do you think, GC? Is this you don't live with your girlfriend, right? So it's not really an issue for you.
No. But she also likes watching the UFC cards.
That's true.
But one of the things that she does like, I don't know if this kid's bets, she gets like invested because
you're
of
betting.
Bets that I have.
She's not betting, but she's just riding with you.
She's not betting, no. Yeah, she's just riding with me. So like,
that's great.
She has something to cheer for.
By the way, your girlfriend, big Grudge fan. Grudge Training Center? No?
I don't know what that is.
You have no idea what I'm talking about?
No.
Or are you no-selling me right now? Did I divulge too much?
No, I really have no idea what you're talking about.
Trevor
Grudge
Whitman?
Training Center?
Yeah, Trevor Whitman.
Oh, Colorado.
Yeah.
Colorado.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, sorry.
H.E. Rose.
I actually didn't know that place was called Grudge.
TMI.
No different names for that?
Maybe it's not called Grudge anymore.
I swear it's called something else now.
I might have dated myself.
Yeah, I think you just dated yourself. They did like a whole
thing on it?
countdown thing there.
And they didn't call it Grudge?
It's definitely not called Grudge. It's like clean and white and like it's
Why
very
can't it be
pristine
clean
gym.
and white? It is very nice though. By the way, what about Sanford changing their name to Killcliff MMA? What the hell is that?
Wait, that's really a real thing?
Yes. And what is Killcliff?
No, I think it is still Grudge.
Oh, how
Killcliff's
about
the
that?
drink.
Oh, they're like a sponsor, I guess.
Yes.
I just don't like the word kill in the gym name.
Killcliff, yeah, it's an energy drink to
Is this
kill
like
ya.
Happy Dad or something?
No, it's not alcoholic. Happy Dad's alcoholic. Yeah, Grudge.
Yeah,
Maybe
how
I just
about that?
always thought Trevor Whitman.
I accept your apology.
Yeah, I am sorry. Yeah, we went deep there. Colorado.
Yeah. Anyway,
Still bucks.
but yeah, so you can't relate with this, but I mean, I think the general sentiment is, if you guys are a good match, she's got to respect. I'm sure there's things that she likes that you don't like. I'm talking to this guy, but in any relationship, right? My wife likes to, design jewelry. I don't like it, but I don't give her a hard time about it.
I do have to pop back in and rescind my apology. Grudge closed down in November 2016. It is ONX Sports now.
Oh, that's like his thing.
Yeah.
But it's same venue? Same location?
I think so, yeah.
Tomato, tomato. I'm just an OG. I don't like to, it'll always be Sanford to me. It'll always be Shea to me.
Yeah, the Sanford thing's going to throw me off.
Killcliff? What is this? By the way, you know what's crazy about that video of Nate slapping the guy? The reporter, quote unquote?
Yeah, what about it?
You saw this clip, right?
Yes.
I guess the Nelk boys are getting into MMA reporting. I'm sure Dana has nothing to do with that. Hey, I'm going to let you go backstage. It's cool. 18-year-old kids love it. Anyway, it's smart. That young man who was, I guess, smacked. I don't know what you want to call it. Someone asked me if he could email me last week for some advice. And I said, yeah, sure, no problem. And so he, asked me some questions, and then I responded. And then like 2 days later, I see him getting smacked by Nate Diaz. Now, I don't really know what was going on. I guess he or those guys, Full Send, whatever, they tweeted some stuff about Maximov, I heard, Nick Maximov. Here's the thing about Nathan Diaz and the Diaz brothers. You may not think it, they see everything. They read everything. They know about everything. In fact, as I said on Monday, Diaz told me that he used to watch the MMA Beat all the time. Like, the guy is on the ball. So, you talk some shit, it's going to come back to haunt you. Like the great Jamie Vardy once said, chat shit, get banged, I wouldn't know anything about that because I'm out here hobnobbing it up with him. But I'm told this is what happens. Still my boy. Hey, Ariel. Weidman told the Schmo. By the way, Mazel Tov to Chris Weidman. 9 years ago today, he knocked out Anderson Silva. How about that? July 6, 2013. July 6th, a great date in MMA history. It was also the date of the International Fight Week event. Probably my second favorite before this weekend because I got to do some Summer League stuff that weekend. But that was the one where Masvidal knocked out Ben Askren. Anyway, actually, no, I would probably rank him this weekend's 2015 Conor Mendez. The Weidman Silva one was crazy too. Anyway, they're all great. Weidman told Schmo he'd like to return late fall, early winter. With Uriah having just fought on Saturday, it seems like the stars could align for Uriah being available too. Would you do the full circle moment and have Uriah be the guy for Weidman's return? Or would you rather put Weidman in there against someone else? Oof, I feel like you're bringing back some bad memories there. Let's have him come back healthy, successful, and then maybe you go down that path. How about that? Don't hate it. Just don't love it. Nathan, what's up, Ariel? I'd like to thank you for your boxing coverage and encouraging me to follow the sport. How about that? Since your work on Showtime for the Tank Davis versus Pitbull Cruz fight, I've been hooked. How about that? Do you think the Spence Crawford fight gets made? And if so, who do you and GC back? I hope it gets made. Rosie Perez told me she thinks it's getting it made. Although then I heard from someone else, Lou DiBella, who told me it wasn't a done deal. If it does happen, I back Crawford. What about you, GC?
Yeah, I'd probably bet Crawford.
Now, on this great website that we like to visit, Pro Boxing Odds, right now they have Crawford listed as a -126 and Spence as a -102. In that case, who's the favorite? Spence?
No. You said Crawford -126?
Yeah.
Yeah. Weird odds to be -126 and not getting plus money back, but
yeah. Well, there you have it. Hello. I'm interested in your green room situation for in-studio guests. Any cool photos on the wall, snacks, TV showing the live feed, or is it just all, willy-nilly and guests just sitting in some chair 10 feet off camera waiting to go on? Why don't you paint the picture for us? GC, Frank, Corporate Alex, anyone want to tell the people about the green room sitch?
Yeah. It's not even close to 10 feet. It's actually like a half-mile walk across the entire building to go get the guests. But it's a nice room, glass windows, well lit. It's like intimate lighting in there. It's not just like a harsh lighting. TV, obviously, live streaming the show.
They could get a live feed when the show is on. They could watch it back there.
There's no can. It's running. They don't have an option of whether or not they want to watch it.
Oh, okay.
They're watching it, yeah. Snacks, drinks, seltzers, refreshments.
A lot of great snacks here.
Yeah, great snacks. Yeah, I think the ambiance is nice for them.
I think so too. I think we treat the guests very well. In fact, we have an in-studio guest on Monday. Should we say who it is or should we keep it as a surprise?
Ooh, I don't know. I feel like you keep the surprise.
All right. Big one, non-MMA, but one who has a history with the program on Monday's program here in studio. How about that? Levi, longtime listener, first-time asker, made an account just for this. Welcome. Firstly, thanks for the entertainment every single week. The show really helps drag me through those tough work days. My question pertains to last weekend's fights, particularly the last 2 fights of the night. To me, upon live watching, I found both of the fights pretty similar. They were both entertaining enough stand-up battles that were competitive, but had a clear victor. Correct. And it was quite nice to not have any judging controversy, I might add. Yet, common sentiment seems to be otherwise. Volkanovski is being praised for his performance, while Adesanya is being ridiculed. Ridiculed, stretch, but I get it. Criticized. All that to say, what is the difference? Was it just the expectations of each fight? Maybe. That Adesanya was expected to dominate his lesser opponent, while the Holloway-Volk fight was expected to be competitive, perhaps, or is Adesanya being judged unfairly by the masses? I do think there's a little bit of that. I do think people thought that Izzy would roll through Cannonier and expected more out of him. But I will say this. I think part of the reason why Volk isn't being criticized as much as Adesanya, which, by the way, neither of them should be. It's a freaking fist fight with a lot at stake, and we're not playing Rock'em Sock'em Robots here, is because of what I said earlier. Holloway kept coming. Holloway kept going. Holloway pushed the pace. Holloway was bloodied. Holloway was cut up. I don't think we got that type of energy from Cannonier, and as a result of that, Izzy is being blamed because he's the star, he's the face, he's the champion, he's the headliner, and people just want an exciting fight. But in reality, it takes two to tango. So I'm not in it to actually criticize anyone in this case. They were what they were. Not every fight is going to be, the greatest fight of all time. But I do think the reason why the co-main is viewed in a better light than the main is because of the opponent, which is, a little funny, right? Holloway kept coming. Holloway's beloved. I think the win over Holloway means more to the masses, 100%. But in the main, Cannonier didn't. And I just want to reiterate what I said at the top. I get it. You're going to be defensive, but Izzy himself said it was an off night. I just don't love the thing of he said what he said about the media and I could do what you do. And yeah, he can have his YouTube channel and he could be way more successful than all of us. And he's the bigger star. Here's the draw 100%. And he could take that route if he wants. I'd love for him not to go down that path, but he's totally entitled and I have an infinite amount of respect for him. And he can really do what he wants. And he's given us a lot of time. He's been very accessible throughout his career. Although I did predict, as with everyone, they're very accessible and then they're not. That just happens when you're out there and doing so much media. There'll come a time where Garry isn't so excited to come on. I can assure you of that. That being said, I just don't love when you criticize the fans who are ultimately paying the tickets and the pay-per-views because you make a lot of money off that. They have clauses in their contracts based off of pay-per-view buys. So there's a fine line there. Now, the obnoxious, idiot, asshole ones who are just booing for the sake of booing after 15 seconds into a fight, yeah, of course, they suck. But there's a lot of people who love Izzy, and, I think one great fight coming up against Alex Pereira changes everything. Let's not forget, there was a time, Anderson is beloved now. There was a time where people hated Anderson. How dare you, Anderson? Talis Lays. How dare you, Damon Mai? You're boring, Patrick Cote. Everyone, it wasn't as aggressive, but there was a time where people were getting annoyed of GSP. So this happens to everyone at the very, very top of the game. There isn't a single champion who is able to sustain dominance and excellence without being criticized, because part of that staying at the top movement is being smart. In this game with 4-ounce gloves, you get knocked down in a flash, you go back down. Who knows if you get another title shot? You got to be smart. Dat Dude Drew. Ariel, Canadian fan here from Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada. Are you really buying that Dana White was on vacation for IFW? I've tried to accept that, but I just can't. This paired with his son's birthday party in Singapore for $275, it feels like there's more than meets the eye here. I've always thought that for the UFC to ascend to new heights as a sport, they need a more professional, quote unquote, commissioner like a Silver Goodell. He is not a commissioner. He's an owner. You got to compare him to Daniel Snyder, James Dolan, Jerry Jones, those types of people. Mark Cuban. Is he getting phased out or is he truly throwing 85 these days? Listen, I've been saying it. I don't think he's getting phased out. I just think, the fire isn't there, as I've been saying for a long time, that people think that I'm being, critical or unfair or a hater. No, he won the race. He made his money. And, there was a time, I remember the first event that Dana White ever missed as UFC president. I remember what event it was. We were in Fairfax, Virginia. It was Dustin Poirier versus Korean Zombie. It was May of 2012. And he missed it because he had Meniere's disease and he was sick. Like, I remember Kevin Iole wrote a whole article about it. We talked about it on the Fuel broadcast. It was a really big deal that he was missing a show. One single show was the first time. That was 2012. At that point, he had been president for 12 years, had not missed a show. Now, they weren't always doing 43 or so events, but still, it was a massive deal. Now, he's there, he's not there, who knows? 2 pay-per-views in a row. I don't know if that's ever happened. And the first one, all right, the one from last month, you say, like, son's 21st birthday, of course. He's a father, makes total sense. Second one here, this one's a weird one to me. I got to say, this one is a little bit suspect. It's International Fight Week. It's one of the biggest weekends of the year. Hall of Fame, UFC Expo, a lot going into it. They're back to normal. First time in 3 years. 2 title fights. Khabib inducted, DC inducted, celebs galore, up the wazoo, and he's on vacation? Now, I had heard that he really wanted it to be next week, meaning this week, because July 4th weekend, on vacation with his family, whatever, I believe back in his hometown, whatever, is a big deal. Makes sense, but like, does this vibe with, like, come on, this is not, something's not adding up here. Also, private plane, you could leave the event 10 o'clock Saturday, you're in Maine by 2, 3, and you get your July 4th. July 4th was on a Monday. So I don't know. Seems strange to me. Seems strange. When I heard about it, I was like, there's no way he's not going to be there. No way. I mean, that is quite literally the job of the promoter. Stand on the dais, do the face-offs, answer questions, sell, promote. Like, that is the job. Now, there could be more. It could be, health, personal. We hope not. None of that. But if it's truly just on vacation, I mean, something's wrong in the state of Denmark here. We shall see. Dason, happy Wednesday, Ariel. Hope you are having a great day. I'll keep it short for you. If you could take your favorite part of the MMA world and transfer it to pro wrestling, what would it be and vice versa? Obviously, the promos and selling yourself has become a big thing in the world of MMA and in the worked shoot fight, and the worked shoot fight in wrestling has become more popular. What do you think both sides could take from each other to make their business better? I would say if pro wrestling is able to take the unpredictability of MMA, that would be great. In other words, you watch the fights because, like, we don't know who's going to win, RDA or Fiziev, right? We don't know who's going to win, Holloway or Volk. That's why we love that fight so much, because it's unpredictable. Very, very rarely, like, you could say this is my lock, you could say this, but you ultimately don't know. The thing that kind of, and I was talking to someone about this, I was talking to the great Brian Dipperstein about this of Cheap Heat fame, if I can throw out a cheap plug. It's surprising to me that you can be as big of a pro wrestling fan as an MMA fan. If you appreciate MMA and if you're a diehard fan of MMA, the best part of MMA, in my opinion, is the unpredictability. And the worst part of pro wrestling is the predictability. Meaning, for the last 2 years, everyone knew that there was no chance that Roman Reigns was going to lose. And so, like, what's the point? Like, why are we watching this? If you know how it's going to play out, what's the point? So that's why what happened on Saturday with Liv Morgan winning Money in the Bank and then cashing in is fun because it was unpredictable. I think a lot of people thought she would win, but didn't think she would cash in that night. So now it makes it unpredictable. It makes it fun. It makes it must-see TV. So I would love to take the unpredictability of MMA and bring it to pro wrestling. What made one of the greatest moments in wrestling history stand out? 1, 2, 3 kid beating Razor Ramon. It was unpredictable. No one thought in a million years that a skinny kid would beat a legend like Razor Ramon. There aren't a lot of upsets, if you will, in pro wrestling, and what are some of the greatest moments in MMA history? The big upsets, Dillashaw Barao, Weidman Silva, Holm Rousey, that type of stuff. Sarah GSP, upsets. That's what people love. Being surprised, being shocked. There isn't enough of that. It's way, 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 way too predictable. As far as what I would take in pro wrestling and bring it to MMA, it's just like the pageantry, right? I mean, look at the walkout on Saturday. Look at what Izzy did and how it's being talked about. And again, kudos to the UFC for leaning in. The lights, the camera angles, the smoke, all that stuff made it so much better. It was whack that he walked out with the Venom gear. I mean, imagine if he was able to wear the trench coat. Totally whack. But, they got to do what they got to do. If they can, and why does Izzy, I think part of the reason why he's so popular is because he's allowed to go out and dance and do different type of stuff. If everyone was allowed to be themselves, dress like themselves, I can assure you they would have more stars on their hands. That's what people want. Jessica Rose Clark walking out to Sexy Boy. At least people remember it. At least people remember that. People want characters, fighters that they could be emotionally attached to. Great entrance songs, unique music, unique looks, unique gear, unique shorts, all that stuff. Haircuts. Jalin Turner, oh, he's got a thing. Now we remember him. He's the guy with the spider web in his hair. Being unique is half the battle in the fight game in prize fighting. And that's why the uniform stuff drives me insane. Imagine Fiziev coming out with some badass outfit. At least we now are connecting to the guy. That's why, like when Arjun Buller wanted to come out with a turban and they said, no, I thought it was crazy. You've got billions of people out there who look just like this guy, look just like him. Hundreds of millions of people look just like him. And you're going to try to take that away from him? This is what makes a star, being connected. Oh, that's me on TV. I can recognize that guy. I am now emotionally invested in this guy's story and journey and fights. That's what you want. Vaughn, now then, Ariel, following on from your video with Nate, it was great to see he isn't as intimidating all the time as fans and media like to make out. That being said, which fighters you say you have been most surprised by, both negatively and positively, when it comes to both availability to interview, but more importantly, how they have made you feel when you have met them? I also notice Rick's Picks is no longer. Is this a permanent thing? I prefer segments when you, Rick, and GC all chew the fat. Great dynamic. Well, then it's good. Yes. It kind of evolved into that, and I prefer that as well. It flows nicely, and I like the visual of us chewing the fat. All the best, Vaughn, the Dream Chaser, and Eyebrow Razor. There's definitely been guys who initially, like, we didn't really hit it off. And now, like, I remember Hector Lombard was really mad at me back in the day. Now we're cool. I mean, even the Diaz brothers. I remember when Casey did his video where he shadowed them prior to their war event in Stockton. And we put it out, and it was a tremendous piece, and it's still up. And they weren't too happy about it. And I remember waking up to a text from Nate. He wasn't too happy about it. And now look at us, hobnobbing it up. So relationships evolve. There were some relationships I was really close with Donald Cerrone. I'm not really close with them anymore due to a crazy misunderstanding where I was on Ariel and the Bad Guy, and I was telling him after his win in Brooklyn over Alex Hernandez, like, he needs to go out. He was saying, like, oh, Conor, I'd love to fight you. It would be an honor. And I was like, nah, man, you're Donald Cerrone. You're the winningest fighter in UFC history. You go out there and you tell Conor McGregor that there's only one dog in this yard and that you'll whoop his ass. Like, sell us on the fight. Don't just make it your honor to fight the guy. And he thought that was disrespectful. And then the next time I saw him in Chicago 6 months later, I went right up to him and tried to clear the air, and he wanted none of it. Askren didn't like me, and then we cleared the air. Tito didn't. Well, Tito liked me, then he didn't like me. Now I think he likes me. But in the end, there's really not a lot of guys who I think don't like me, which is a nice little thing. Even all the Ali guys, I would say 99.9% of them, including Khabib, like me. I know they do. I know they all like me, and I know they all miss me dearly, and I know they wish they could come on and talk to me. I know it because they tell me secretly. Steven, hey, Ariel. Glad to hear you enjoyed Las Vegas. Wanted your opinion on how I find it weird that fighters always raise their hands and celebrate after the fight is done to try and win over the judges for their scorecards, from my understanding. But judges are scoring by round, so why aren't fighters raising their hands and doing the same thing after each round? Great point. That's a fantastic point, Steven. Yes, it's not like you could go back and change your score. Maybe they're just trying to sell them on the last round, but really they should be doing it after every round. You're right. Also, I am assuming that you lose out on some fighters to interview because of the timing of your live show. Do you ever think about doing 1 or 2 podcasts a month of just interviews with people that you wanted to interview, but the timing didn't work out? Yeah, sure. Like, you know, we would have had Volk on this week, but he was traveling Tuesday. If we had a Monday show, we would have had him. It happens all the time, but we do enough. And, you know, you could just do it the following week, so it's not that big a deal. P.S. New York Rick, you're a champ. Wow, look at this. Keep coming at Ariel and challenging him. Amazing conversations to listen to. Wow. Okay, see, this is what we do. I put out the good and the bad. A lot of New York Rick love, by the way, on the nose segment. I saw a lot of questions, a lot of comments about New York Rick, so I don't think you should feel too down. Ha'af shel Havani, which means the nose of Helwani in Hebrew. Hi, Ariel. What is your favorite Seinfeld episode of all time? Wow, that's a tough one. There's a lot of them. I'll tell you the first one that came to mind, the calzone episode I loved. The bet I loved. The shrinkage one was great. The reservation one was great. I didn't hate the last episode as much as many others. Did I love it? No, it was a little weird with the, you know, the arrest and the trial and all that, but it wasn't bad. In fact, I was referencing the last episode a lot when I was back home in Montreal because all these old characters from my, you know, teenage years in Montreal came back, and I was saying that it was like the last episode of Seinfeld where all these old characters came back. But yeah, greatest sitcom of all time, no doubt about it. Also, what are your favorite podcasts to listen to? I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot there. I'll tell you what's on the old Spotify right now. I love Cheap Heat. Love Cheap Heat. I try to listen to it from start to finish. I love the Bill Simmons podcast. Ryan Russillo, fan of his as well. Smartless, I was going through a period of listening to it a lot. Not so much lately, but I think it's very good. What else we got here? This is what I'm listening to lately. Book of Wrestling, Ringer F1 Show, Two Writers Slinging Yang, Wrestling with Freddie, Post Wrestling, my guys, Pollock and Wei Ting. Ariel Helwani Show, tremendous. What else we got? I like the Fan Morning Show, Blue Jays Talk, Knicks Fan TV. I'm a big fan of that. Hoop Collective, Sedano Show, Renee Paquette's show. What is that called? The Sessions, Lebitard, of course, New York, South Beach Sessions, Ringer NBA Show, Press Box, Old Man and the Three, No Bets Barred, Between the Links, SI Media Podcast, Sports Media with Richard Deitch, The Patrick McAfee Show. See, I wouldn't remember all of these if I didn't look it up. Men in Blazers, big fan. 32 Thoughts. Is that enough? There was a podcast that I used to love called The Lead with Stephen Brunt, who's one of my favorites, if not my favorite, and Jeff Blair, and they got rid of it, and I was really bummed about that. Oh, Shout, Buffalo Bills podcast. Okay, I think that's enough. Those are some that I like to listen to. Also, I listen to a lot of Howard Stern on Sirius on demand. Hello, Ariel. DC mentioned you writing scripts for his post-fight press conferences. Now, I know you can neither confirm nor deny, but knowing Nosebleed Nariz, something tells me DC wasn't the only fighter. What other fighters, post-fight press conferences, could you have allegedly, potentially, metaphorically influenced? You think I kiss and tell? Let me tell you something. Some of your favorites, some of the great angles in MMA history have come from this Nariz, but I can't confirm. What about that gift I got from Rey Mysterio? Pulling out the Money in the Bank inspired mask. I mean, I was at a loss for words. I was speechless. Okay, just two left here. Bakri, salut de Montréal. Bonjour. Firstly, I hope you enjoyed your time in Montreal last week. I work right next to Notre Boeuf de Grasse, and I must say the food is great there. Yes, it is tremendous. it would be great to have a fan meet up in Montreal. I'm sure you'd get a great turnout. I wonder. I don't know if I'm as popular in Montreal as maybe some other spots, but maybe I'm wrong. My question. I used to always think that I wanted at least 3 kids, if not more. I love the idea of a big family. However, my wife and I currently have a beautiful 9-month-old daughter who we love with all our heart. Now, the more time I spend with my daughter, the more convinced I get that I don't want another kid. Excuse me. I can't imagine having to put less time into my daughter to take care of another child. I don't find that fair for her. I also saw what my wife had to go through and don't want her to ever have to do that again. I'm also just turning 24 in July, so I know my opinion might change in the future. So my question is, when you had your first kid, did you at any point go through the same thought process? And at what point in their life did you decide you wanted another child? Merci. What a great question from Bakri. I'll tell you this. I never felt that way. In fact, when I had my first child, I said I couldn't wait for them to have a brother or sister. And I will almost... Now, you say that your wife had a tough time. Every woman does. They are superheroes. I mean, we as men will never go through anything close to what they go through, not only on the day that they deliver the child, but the 9 months leading up to it and everything else that they have to go through. I mean, it's incredible. Pales in comparison to anything that we have to go through. Now, unless it was, life-altering or life-changing, I would say at 24, I predict at some point, you got plenty of time, you're going to change your mind. The greatest gift that you can give to your daughter is a sibling, someone to play with. Trust me, I'm seeing it right now. No better time than now for me to answer this question. My 5-year-old daughter is bored at home. She's bored. Now we're trying our best and there's things for her to do, but I don't think she's ever experienced the phenomenon known as boredom because she's had 2 older brothers, 8 and 10. So one is 3 years older and the other one is 4.5 years older. She's never experienced that because there's constant activity, things going on, craziness, chaos. It's just amazing. And to see how much she misses them is kind of special, but you don't want that. So, I can't imagine if she was an only child. Not that there's anything wrong with it. There's reasons for it, and I totally get it. But if it's up to you, trust me, you're going to give her as much love, if not more. She's going to get love from different places. If the reason why you don't want another child is because you think that your child won't get 100% of your attention or love, that's not going to be the case. You don't even realize. It's the same way we don't realize what happens when we become parents. When you become a husband, when you become a dad, you don't realize how you're able to adapt to multiple kids. Then you go, then you'll bond even more. Like when your new child is coming, you'll bond even more with the older one because then it's going to be you and her for a little bit as the newborn is getting, settled and your wife is, because in the early stages, there's not a lot for us to do other than just being a helping hand, right? Especially if there's things like, nursing involved and whatnot. So those early days, you're actually bonding with the older one even more. It's a very nice sentiment. I understand where you were coming from. I never felt it. I wanted my kid, I grew up with 2 older brothers, younger sisters, so I always wanted more if we were lucky enough to have them. But I would urge you, if you truly love your daughter, give her that gift because being alone can be lonely. And I will say, obviously, we didn't know this was going to happen, but in the early stages of the pandemic, we were so thankful that our kids had someone to play with and would often think about the kids who were only children who didn't have that. It was huge. Oh my. Last question from the great Troy Farkas. I'm familiar with this man, and I love that Lewis left this one for the last one. As you approach 40 and are finding yourself very reflective now, what is one thing that you wish you would have done differently earlier in your career? Oh, golly. Let us sit back. I wouldn't say that I have a lot of regrets, but there are things that, in retrospect, I wish I would have zigged when I zagged. Yes, overall, if it all led me to this exact moment, me sitting here with this sachet and this party hat on July 6th at 4:48 p.m. Eastern time, I couldn't be happier. I couldn't be more thankful and grateful and pleased with how things turned out. But of course, there are things where you wonder, that movie Sliding Doors. You ever see that movie Sliding Doors, Frank? Where Gwyneth Paltrow is about to go on the subway, she misses it, then she makes it, and her life goes in 2 different directions. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I know what you're talking about, but I never watched it.
It's a tremendous film, and I highly recommend it. Here I am, once again, recommending another great film to you guys. I will say I could go back to Syracuse, which was like a big turning point in my life when I went to Syracuse. I wish I took things less seriously. I wish I was less hard on myself. I wish I didn't put so much pressure on myself. When I got to Syracuse, I didn't get into Newhouse right away, and you needed a 3.5 GPA to get in. And so I was like obsessed with the idea that I had to get in. If not, my whole, plan was a failure and I would never become a broadcaster and all this stuff. So I pretty much like locked myself in my room. And guess what? Maybe it was for the best because I got a 3.51. So imagine if I had one friend, I probably would have had a 3 and not made it in. So that's how I justified it. But even once I got in, I just put too much pressure on myself, got way too nervous about things that ultimately didn't really matter, cared too much. And I know that's a weird thing, and that probably helped me and fueled me later on. But when you're 20, it's okay to have a little fun. It's okay to let your hair down. And so you think back, now that I'm about to be 40, like, man, maybe I should have went out here and there and not. But again, that's something where you're like looking back and hindsight is 2020. Maybe there was a reason for all of that. I've always been the type of person who said that when he woke up, when I woke up and was 85, all of a sudden, I didn't want to have any regrets. Hopefully I make it to 85. I just don't want to have any regrets. I don't want to say, I wish I did this and that. I shouldn't have done this, that. Like, I just want to be, and right now, I don't really have that many. Again, I reiterate, no one truly can say, oh, I'm happy with every single decision. That's just not life. There's obviously going to be things that we regret. Once I left Syracuse, I went into TV, and life was pretty great. And, met up with my future wife, and we were living in New York, and that was great. And I'm very happy with my decision. This could have been one of my big regrets. I get to Spike TV in September of 2007 and quit after a week because I just knew and felt in my heart, because again, I was always that guy. I did not want to regret life later on. If I would have stayed and stuck it out, maybe I'm still working in TV and thinking about what life would have been like as an MMA journalist, and if I could have made it and made an impact and been remembered or anything like that. But I took the chance. I started my website, gave myself 6 months. I've told this story before, and that's something that I'm very, very proud of. And as I was building up and going here and there, everything was good. I would say there's one regret that I have as far as my career is concerned, and something that, as Troy puts it here, my dear friend Troy, TST, that I wish I would have done differently. I wish I never would have agreed to the terms of that deal when I got to Fox. That's the number one regret. That's the only thing anyone can ever say. And I've said it, I've revealed it about myself. It's the only skeleton in my closet, but it's not in the closet. It's out there. Everyone knows the story. I get to Fox. They tell me, yeah, cool. When you're doing UFC Tonight, you're getting paid by us. When you do the weigh-ins and the post shows, you got to get paid by them. And I didn't feel comfortable, and I fought it. And I asked Jay Glazer one day what he should do, or what he would suggest I should do. And he said, you got to support your family. This is your only chance to be on TV covering MMA. The money's coming from them. He gave me all these reasons to justify it, and I did it. And every year, because it was a 1 year deal, I tried to change it. And look, you could say now it all worked out, but I do believe that led to the issues that I ended up having. And there's a part of me that wishes, like, maybe I don't do that. Maybe I just do UFC Tonight and I don't do the weigh-in shows. I had some great moments back there, but was it worth all that, heartache, headache, drama, all that stuff? I don't know. I'd rather not have all that stuff happen in my life, and I don't think any of it was justified, if I'm being 100% honest. But, that's what happens when you make certain decisions. But, since leaving Fox and then doing my own thing, and even, going to ESPN, don't regret that. Leaving ESPN, don't regret that. I feel like I'm on a pretty good run of, making the right choices. Of course, there's choices that you have to make, but that would probably be the biggest one. And I was talking about this this weekend as well. Early in my career, I was very afraid of messing up, and I was afraid of saying the wrong thing, doing the wrong thing, being perceived the wrong way, very, very professional. That's why when I go out, like, I've been on the road a gazillion times and I've seen other people drink, get drunk, act a fool. And I remember telling myself very early on that I never wanted to do that. Like even in that clip with Nate, I know there's a Modelo in the front and people think that I'm drunk. I'm not. Did I have like half a beer that night? Yes. But I've never been like drunk, stumbling. I just don't want people to see me in that light. That was one thing that I was very, very conscious of. I just did not want people to see me all crazy, sloppy. And it's tough as the career progresses, but I was very, very conscious about that. Now, you can look back and say like, oh, you took it too seriously, this and that, but I was just very, 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 very intense about it, very determined. Now, some people took that intensity as being competitive or, not being a team player, not wanting to hang out, but I didn't get into MMA to make friends. You make friends as a result of the great people that you work with, but I didn't get into the sport because I was looking for people to hang out with and drink with and talk about MMA. No, that's a byproduct of it. And I'm happy that I have friends for life. Someone asked me like, oh, do you want to have a big dinner for your birthday? I'm like, no, I just got to hang out with a bunch of my friends in Las Vegas and I got to hang out with a bunch of, like, I'm good. I'm very happy. So I could say, I talk to these people more than I talk to my old friends at this point. Not to say that I like one over the other, but they're just constants in your life and can relate to what you're doing and, what you're experiencing right now. So one thing that I could tell you this, as I go on and on about all of this, as I get into this reflective state, I don't think I get to this point. I don't think I feel the way I feel about my life if I didn't go and talk to a therapist last February, not this February, last February. I think I make a bunch of bad decisions if I didn't do that. I think I make decisions because of other people, in spite of other people, based on what I feared or what I thought was the right move. And so I'm very thankful for that. Now, I don't speak to a therapist anymore because I don't feel like I need it, which is totally okay. Always there if I want it. But I definitely feel like there was a huge cloud hanging over me and I needed help. I needed help in figuring it out. And now I have figured it out. Now there's a chance in 5 years I'll need it, in a year I'll need it, in 3 years, who knows? But I'm probably answering this question in a much different way if I didn't do that, a year and a half ago. So overall, as far as the career is concerned, one massive quote unquote regret. One could argue that even though I did that and regret it, it helped me. But I wish I didn't have that skeleton in there because it's something that I felt very strongly about and learned very early on you should not do. But you live and learn, you win or learn, and you hope to not make those mistakes in the future. And I've been presented with many opportunities that would put me in the same type of predicament, and I've turned them down. Some of them have been pretty great, but I will never make that mistake again. So there's it's you got to learn from those mistakes. And I'm pretty damn happy with how things have gone so far. 39, heading into the big 4-0. This is 40. Here I am. A lot of it has been in front of you guys for the past 12 or so years. Very, very thankful for all of you. Thankful that you're all in my life. Thankful that we are able to meet up almost on a daily basis these days and talk about the great sport of MMA. And very, very thankful for the support because, as I've said many a times, I feel like I work for the fans. And if not for the fans, none of us have jobs. And that's why I said what I said about Izzy at the top. Like, ultimately, I get it. We don't like to be criticized. We don't like to, have people knock us. But if it ain't, the public, if they're not by your side, if the paying public is not supporting you, like, you don't have a lot in any walk of public life. So we have to remember that. Trust me, there are times where the people get quite annoying. Hence, but for the most part, everyone's great. And I'm extremely thankful. I'm at peace in my heart. I really have peace in my heart, peace in my soul. And I'm very excited to see where the next 10 years, hopefully in 10 years, I'm still in all of your lives. Can someone clip this off and play it in 10 years and be like, hey, Ariel, you're still good. Biggest fear in my life is death. I just want to make it to 100. Can I make it to 100? Is that too much to ask for? I just want to be healthy, happy. And I'll end on this note. I used to be someone who would get a little bit sad on his birthday and be like, oh, because I was always in summer camp. I was away from my family. I was away from friends. You're a kid who has his birthday during school. You're like, it's not the same. And over time, over the years, I've had a much different view of my birthday. It's completely different. Like, you're just thankful, happy. And as I told you guys, like, I've been working out with a trainer a little bit, try to be healthier, stronger, etc. And I was with him yesterday, and he asked me if I wanted to meet on Friday. And initially I thought, no, it's my birthday. Well, I don't want to. And then I thought, no, this is the best way to celebrate my birthday because I am healthy. I am physically able to do something like this. This is the number one way to celebrate. And I think that's kind of a shift in the way I view things. So I would say to you, if you are healthy, if you are surrounded by loved ones, if you have a good job, if you have, family members who are healthy around you, you're rich. You are successful. It's like the great Bob Marley once said, Frank. You know what he said? Possessions make you rich.
I was going to say, don't worry.
My richness is life, he said. It's not possessions. Possessions don't make you rich. Richness is life. So if your life is rich with love, with health, with happiness, you are the richest man on the planet. And I feel, my friends, right now, like the richest man on the planet. With that, we shall
shoot the deputy, right?
I was trying to have a moment there, Frank.
It's a nice moment.
I was trying to end on a high note, and you had to chime in with your joke, with your $2 joke. I shot the sheriff, but I did not shoot the deputy. Ooh, ooh, ooh. What's your favorite Bob Marley song?
One Love.
You know what? That's my favorite song too. That's actually top 3 favorite songs of my life, like all time for me. One love. What about I wanna? One heart. Yeah, sing it with me. Let's get together now. Feel all right. But number one for me, you know what's my number one?
What's that?
Woke up this morning, smiled at the rising sun. 3 little birds reached for my doorstep. You know the song? Singing sweet songs, a melody pure and true, saying, this is my message to you. If I ever walk out to my fight, I'm either walking out to that or Triumph by Wu-Tang, or Hit 'Em Up.
I think Triumph by Wu-Tang would be, that's iconic.
I think Hit 'Em Up actually might be the joint, but for the longest time it was 3 Little Birds. No one's in a bad mood when listening to 3 Little Birds. It's tremendous. Anyway, much love. Thank you, everyone. It's been a great day. It's been a great show. We got to go. Thank you to all our guests. Thank you to everyone who sent in questions. Thank you, Lewis, as always, as well. Ian, Garry, Pedro Munhoz, much love to you. Jalin Turner, Rafael Fiziev, Bryan Barberena. Enjoyed all the conversations very much. Good to be back. If you are out and about on holiday, hope you're able to check us out. And hope you enjoy the fights this weekend. Some tough ones, solid matchups. Main event is fantastic. I mean, just tremendous stuff. I'm looking forward to it. Fiziev, RDA, absolutely amazing. And guess what? We shall be back on Monday to discuss it all as per usual. So with that, I say back on Monday, same time and place. Until then, I say peace. I'm out of here.